people somewhere saying, we thank you for your patience while we look into this, and then nothing happens. But they were very good about restoring this, but they were slow. And they never did even apologize for what happened. But it's back for sale. That's the long way of saying that in the middle of all this, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, it's always been for sale. It's still available directly through me. It's also available through the printing plant for less money, I might add. I mean, if I were doing it, if I were a customer, I wouldn't buy it that way. And not that I'm knocking Amazon, but you can get it for less by going right to the printing plant. And I charge less for it, and there's a 15% discount, which you can get using a code word that I have there. Sometimes that code doesn't work. If you're ever going to buy a book from me at mojoacademy.org and you use the discount code and the discount doesn't work, just stop what you're doing with the sale and with the purchase and contact me, and I'll work something out, because they change those from time to time. They had one particular thing that I think will work. It used to work for every order, but now it works for your first order. Just welcome 15. That'll give you 15% off. And, we're coming up to bigger discounts too, but I'll let you all know about that. But I'm glad to be back, because I was going nuts. I couldn't do private readings either because I couldn't talk. And I do those over the phone, and that's even harder to do when you can't talk. But, I had to unfortunately reject a lot of pleas for help and assistance and readings because I couldn't speak. So anyway, in the meantime, though, there have been a few new products, some new things that I was able to get work done on and channel that energy. I'm nervous, by the way. I haven't done this in so long that I'm actually nervous. So if I sound nervous, that's me. It's not you. It's not your imagination. We've got, let's see, I've got a wonderful 1918 book on jujitsu. Yeah, believe it or not, that's there. I put up I think this was there before I got sick. Ironically enough, it's a book about psychic healing. So you can check that out too at mojoacademy.org and see. Boy, if I ever needed a book about psychic healing, that was this last couple of months was the time. But I think, knock on wood, as they say, I will probably be able to coast through to the end of the year. I wanted to come back today because I can speak. And I wanted to come back because I missed you all. I stayed in touch through Facebook, but that's not really the same. I put up a few things like I have an offer, for instance. I've got a book about shaving, which, that sounds kind of silly, but it's there. And I like the book a lot. And it's about how to shave with a straight razor and not have all the garbage that you've got to go through with an old-fashioned straight razor. There is a new way that you can do it, and you don't need to use a strop. You don't need to use a whetstone. You don't need to do all the hassles. I mean, why would you want to bother shaving if you have to give so much more care to the razor than you do to yourself? That's my attitude. But so I have a system of shaving that is a good old-fashioned way to get a good shave that way. And I mention this because now until the end of the year, let's say, maybe even more, who knows, you order that book through the aforementioned Amazon, and I will include a free shaving soap, which is a $78 value. Well, actually, it's not. I'm saying that because I'm giving it to you free. But and the shaving soap's about $6, but there's an old joke about a guy who goes into a restaurant and he wants a piece of strawberry pie, and the guy says, "How much is your strawberry pie?" And he says, "It's $5." He says, "$5? I can get a strawberry pie down the street for $3." He says, "Well, then go down the street and get it." He says, "Well, they're out of strawberry pie." He says, "Fine. When I'm out of strawberry pie, it's $3 too." So, well, the shaving soap is like $6.99, but since it's free, I'm going to tell you it's a $78 value. Why not? Right? So, and it's a good shaving soap. I use it myself, believe it or not. My own product I use. My own Mojo Brothers shaving soap that we've devised. It comes in a nice little tin, a nice little container, and take a look at that. Go to mojoacademy.org because this is that time of year, that gift giving time of year, and there's a compulsion to give people stuff, and I say give them stuff that'll last. Give them stuff they can use. Give a guy a book on how to shave, especially a young man. Give a really young guy who's just getting started in life. Show him how to do that, and he'll be off to a good, well-groomed start to life because there's nothing closer than a good old-fashioned shave, and you don't have to be afraid of it. I know people say, well, I tried it once and I cut myself up to pieces. I say, well, you weren't doing it right because men have been doing this for centuries and haven't been cutting themselves to pieces. And I tell a story in the book about a man I had an encounter with that he got mad at me. He said, every time I shave with a straight razor, I cut myself in about 8 places. I said, well, obviously you're not doing it right. He says, what do you mean I'm not doing it right? Look at the state of the world, right? It's because people will argue and fight about anything. So, and we're just here to spread positive energy and joy and love and light and happiness through the tarot. So I'm glad to be back. I don't have much to say, which is kind of odd because usually when I miss a few shows, I can't shut up. But I don't want to push it this time. I want to get right to the readings because I haven't done it in a long time, and I have a very important question that I need to have answered, which is, do I still know what I'm doing? It's been so long. That's why I'm nervous. So we got the cards all shuffled up, and I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. You see, I only babbled for 10 minutes. That's a record here, too. Just that's a quick shot for me. So let's ring that bell. We're now in sacred space, which means no commercials. And I will pull back the curtain on the magical window, and we will go to our first caller all the way out west in San Jose, California, for Meha. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm glad to be here. I just, I guess I missed like 2 months worth of shows because I thought I was going to die, but I'm not ready for that yet. So
The good
so I'm
news you
glad.
came right before the holiday.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be here. I'll tell you that. I'm happy to be here and talk to you. So what can I do for you? What can I look at for you?
I want to ask about my job, any new job or anything you can say for
Okay.
me.
Okay. Now, I'm seeing. Well, I'm. This is fascinating. What I've got here. The first card I have is the Devil card, and that is usually a person. Now, this is not about Satan and evil and things like that. It's a deeper thing actually than that, and it shows people chained to a block with a rather nasty looking demon there, but that's just pictorial. That's not literal. It means that somebody who's kind of you're not doing what you want to do, but you feel that you can't move. You feel stuck. Is that about it?
Yeah, I'm kind of sad because I lost my whole group got fired, then
Oh
got
no.
laid off, and then this is probably the worst time of being unemployed.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone is
Sure. I
not
know.
hiring. Everyone is on hiring freeze, etc. and etc. So I'm kind of stuck,
And I
honestly.
keep and I keep hearing in the news about there are so many jobs available, but what kind of jobs are they? It's not what they're like part time. Well, you're right. It's a very bad time for this. But let me tell you something. This is not. This is part of a plan here. That I know that sounds weird, but there's things coming your way. There's really good things coming your way. The next card is an indication that where you are now and what's happening now is the beginning of something new in your life. One phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning. Okay? I'll tell you
Okay.
why. I'm very clear about phrasing it that way because if I don't, it can startle people because the card I have is the death card. It doesn't mean you're going to
Mhm.
die. Let's get that out of the
Mhm.
way because what it means is that one part of your life is coming to an end and another is beginning. Now, these times of
Okay.
transition can be stressful. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It can be the best thing that happens to you, but it's stressful, right? So,
Yeah.
th- but this, but the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is complete happiness and joy. So, what the
Mm.
first thing I'm seeing in the cards is the overall picture is that you had felt pretty much trapped and stuck with where you were. It was a
Yeah.
lucrative thing too, because the thing about the chains that are on the people in the card of the devil are chains that bind them to something that can be very lucrative, and
Mm-hmm.
you and
That's
you
true.
can get lost in that. It's almost like, a very charming person comes along and they can sweep you
Yeah.
off your feet, but just that may you can get things and you can go places,
Mm-hmm.
but it may not be what you want. But that's going to
Okay.
change because you're entering a new phase in your life, and that the Ten of Cups tells me that that is going to be a time of great happiness and joy. Now, how do you
Do
get
you
there?
have any timeline or something like,
Yeah,
do you know?
it's happening now. Okay, that's the first part. The second thing
Okay.
is the Seven of Cups is here. A lot of people don't
Mm-hmm.
like that card. I like that card a lot. That's a card. A lot of people say it's somebody who builds castles in the sky. Okay, to me,
Mm-hmm.
it's a card of a person with an active imagination who can see new options and can see things. And that tells me that you have a very good imagination and you can visualize what you want and see what it is and get it. You just haven't settled on it yet, have you?
No,
So
I'm still
don't.
trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, that's the Seven of Cups. If you look at that card, you'll see that there's a person who's looking at seven different cups, and there's all kinds of things in each cup.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay.
sometimes it's a person who has too many ideas, they say, but I don't think you can have too many ideas because that's better than
Mm-hmm.
having no ideas. So you're going to pick one. You're going to settle. You will. You definitely will. Now, the Nine of Coins is here, and that is an excellent card for you also because it means, first of all, it refers to money and in a very positive way.
Mm-hmm.
And it means that
Mm-hmm.
you're the kind of person who can be alone and be at one with yourself. You don't need
Mm-hmm.
to be around people all the time. You don't need the outside influences. And
True.
that's very important because as you enter a new phase in your life, uh,
Mm-hmm.
people are going to start falling away, and there's some people who
Mm-hmm.
you're going to lose contact with because they won't understand
Mm-hmm.
that you're changing. Now, the Eight of Rods is here, and that says that what's coming is coming very soon. So
Mm-hmm.
that's very good too. Now, let me tell you what I've got here. It's got the Knight of Cups. The Knights are the beginnings of things. The cups are emotional, the heart. You're entering a period because you have the Ten of Cups here too. You're entering a period of where emotional fulfillment is going to take precedence. You're going to do
Okay.
you'll do all right work wise. You'll do okay with money.
Mm-hmm.
There's because of the Nine of Coins. But the
Mm-hmm.
primary concern and the thing that you're going to be really working toward is uh, emotional stability and happiness, and
Mm-hmm.
you'll
Okay.
find it. Okay, that's so
Hopefully.
you'll
Yeah.
you'll you'll get offers. You'll don't panic because yeah, it is a tough time, but you're very well situated here according to this. You're at a point of flux in your life where you're moving away from what you don't like to what you do like, and that
Okay.
can be pain.
Makes
Like I
sense.
said, that can be painful. So hang in there, okay? Because the outcome of
Yeah.
all this is the outcome is good. Here, like Ten of Coins is again money, Ten of Coins, and that's the
Okay.
perfect. That's money is coming your way. You'll be working and you'll be making money. Okay.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
listen, I see
Yeah,
it
I
here,
really
and
need.
and and in fact, this card that I just got, I just pulled one more card for you. It's the Six of Swords. That literally describes what I just mentioned, which is a person who gets from here to there using
Mm-hmm.
her own willpower and her own strength. So you'll do it. You have a lot of good ideas. Go with those, and realize that what you're suffering through now is almost like shedding your skin. That because there's a new
Mm-hmm.
you on the way, and you're going to like that new you. I guarantee it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
My
so much
pleasure.
for the reading.
Bye bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. I got a feeling that that she didn't quite believe me, but that's a very good reading. And whether you believe it or not, good stuff is coming. Is my message. It is going to be coming. It's on the way here. Once again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we look through the magical window of the tarot. We're on every 6 months for about 20 minutes. Which theoretically, I'm here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, where we look through the tarot. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of new stuff cooking over at mojoacademy.org, where you will find a book there that will change your life. That's how I like to put it. Evelyn in Tupelo, Mississippi is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm
Yeah,
going to grab
pretty good.
yeah, I'm going to grab a quick drink of water here for a second.
Okay.
I have not been. I haven't done this in a few months, so I've lost my rhythm, and now my mouth dried out on me. But it's all better now. So, Evelyn, what can I look at for you?
Engaged, seeing how things will pan out.
How things are in your engagement?
Yes.
Have you set a date yet?
No, we haven't.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's shuffle them once more. And cut the card. Well, yeah, okay. The first thing I've got here is the Four of Swords, which is a card that is about taking a bit of a break. You know, things are settled down. Nothing much happening. The Eight of Cups is an interesting card in this regard because cups are about romance, emotion, love, and you're. The Eight of Cards, the Eight of Cups in this card is where you're going towards something that's good for you. You're heading in the right direction. You're heading towards something. You left something that wasn't good for you, and now you've got something that's good for you. So that's worth knowing. The Knight of Cups is here, which is a card again about romance and growth and the unfolding and the growth of a romance. The World is here, which is a card of assured success. So it's looking good, but it seems to still be in the formative stages. How long have you been together?
Since 2020.
So a couple of, well, the 2020s, these are 3 rough years, right? You know,
Yeah.
so congratulations for getting through it because, the world fell apart for a lot of people in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
It was, no need to tell you what happened. You were there. It happened to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to me that you're going to come out of this okay. Um, here's another one is the Three of Rods, like with the Four of Swords. It's just what you want isn't ready yet. So you just got to give it a little more time, according to these cards. That's why I asked how long it's been.
Because I've been, kind of feeling kind of strange about the situation, not knowing, if they're still fully committed to it or what have you. So.
Well, there's nothing here that's negative. Let me put it that way. Okay, there's that. At least that's good. That's a good sign. What there is here is that it's kind of it needs to take a little more time to grow. I know after a few years that's how much more time do you need? But these things are very different for everybody, and let me ask you this. This is just a question because of what I'm seeing in the cards. Is this like a long distance relationship?
No.
Okay, good.
I relocated to.
Oh, you moved.
Okay. Yeah, we're living in the same place now.
Oh, so it started out as a long distance thing.
Yeah.
Okay, because I see that. That's why I wanted to know if that's still going on. Well, that's good because what the cards are giving me a sense of motion, that it's still moving forward. And you how long have you moved? When did you relocate?
I relocated in 2020.
Oh, okay. So then it should be moving along pretty well. But I have here like the Ten of Cups. That's a card of great happiness and joy. I'm not seeing anything wrong. I'm just seeing that for some reason it still requires a little more time to ripen. Okay, now that doesn't mean you have to sit back and be passive. I mean, there's things you can do. If you want to
Yeah.
if you want to move it along, obviously, there are things that you could do. There's also magical things that you could do. If you're interested, you could drop me a line, and I'll be happy to show you a few things. No charge, of course. I can just show you a few things you can do that is simple, and it's because I shy away from quote like love spells. But
Mm-hmm.
since you, but
Yeah.
since you're all, because that's like black magic, even though it sounds nice, to say make this person love me. But because you've all been together for 3 years and you're in something now. If you want something a little, you want to think about maybe you want to do a little something mystical to kind of move it along and help it a little bit in the direction in which it's already heading, which is different. Let me know. I'd be happy to do it. You can contact me through Ask One Radio, or my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. And I just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. And like I said, if you want to do that, I'll be happy to do that. And, no charge at all. I say that because I know that I hate to knock other people, but I'm not going to. But there are people who will do something and say, I can help you move that along, and then they tell you it's like $500 or something. But this is an offer that's free, because what I'd be sharing with you is common folklore. And I'm not charging for that. That's mean. It's not.
All right, I really appreciate that.
So if you want to, I'll be happy to do that. But especially in Mississippi, there's a lot of root workers. There's a lot of people who can show you what to do. You know that. You know the type of people I mean. Let's take another. Let's take another look at a card here for you. Let's see what we got here. And here's the magician. That's a person who can bring spiritual power down to earth here and use it. I just think that it's not ripe yet. That's all I'm saying. I'm not seeing anything that says I got to tell you to get out of there. I'm not seeing anything bad. I'm seeing a nice, pleasant thing here, but it needs to grow a little bit more before the next step. And that's where you are right now. So I just shuffled the cards, and here it is again, which is the Four of Swords, which is about taking a break and waiting for things to develop. So I know that it's not the nicest period of time to wait and wait. So like I said, if you want to, if you want to do something a little spiritual to nudge it along, I'll be more than happy to answer that question for you. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
And I will light a candle, a white candle, after the show to send positive energy towards the both of you. How's that?
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Bye.
And we'll shuffle them up. And there's a lot of this. I want to talk about that sometime. It's in. I think I'm pretty sure I have that. I write that up in my book. Reverend Elliott Explains It All. Isn't that a wonderful title? It's so modest. That there's over the years I've been getting these things. I'll tell you a story. This will lead into it. It's the same thing. I've been getting people asking me, "Can you make this person or that person fall in love with me?" And that's dangerously close to black magic, because that's imposing your will on somebody else. If you go to my site, not Mojo Brothers, which is mojoacademy.org. If you go to magic-works.com, and you'll see something there for love spells. Mostly saying don't, But there's a story there, which was there was a very successful businesswoman that my wife and I knew, an international fashion businesswoman, and she had this fiance who just wouldn't get off the ball. She kept waiting for that proposal, and it just didn't come. And she asked me if I could do something to kind of like inch it along, So, like again, I said, it's not a matter of it wasn't this black magic kind of make him love me, because they'd been together, and when she went back to Paris, and when she came to New York again, I had a special oil made for her. The details of which I won't go into, but let's just say it served her need, and she used it. And the next day, the guy proposed to her, and it scared her. Now she got what she wanted, and she didn't want it. See, and that's why you always kind of be careful, because sometimes the worst thing you can do is get what you want, right? We've all seen that. So when people come to me and they say, there's this guy who's not paying attention to me, or there's this woman, I really love her and she doesn't pay attention to me. Can you do something to make her want me? Well, I could, but you wouldn't like it. But the thing I tell them is, how about this? How about I show you something you can do so that you can send out into the world the message, I would like somebody who is looking for somebody like me to find me. And there you go. You see, you haven't crossed any lines there. And that's the way it goes. And besides, isn't that a bit of a blow to the ego to think that you could only get somebody interested in you by casting a spell? I mean, yeesh, that's kind of like, that's a little self-defeating there. Sherry in Battle Creek, Michigan is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Sherry?
Well, I'm good.
Good. Glad to hear it. What can I look at for you?
Okay. I don't know if this is up your alley or not, but I have a younger brother that we have not seen or heard from the last 15 years. So I was wondering if you tell me if he's still alive or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's. I'll take a look. I'll take a shot at it. That's not the strangest
I'm
request
71,
I've ever had.
so I'm too old for about stuff.
Well, you never know.
Right.
Let's see now. Let's see what I can get, if I can get anything here about that.
Right.
If he's still out there. Not very interesting, is it, just listening to me shuffle cards? But I'm looking, I'm
oh, no, I was listening to it earlier, and you're very interesting. I think I have to look your website up.
Okay. I'm not getting very positive answers here to that. I mean, I'm getting dark cards with clouds on them and people lying in the dirt face down with knives in their back, and pictures of angels, heavenly stuff, it's,
right.
The high priestess, which is about communicating with people on the other side. So I'm not getting any indication that he's still here.
Right. What's weird is my mother, I have a very dysfunctional family, but my mother and father split up back in the 80s. And I asked my dad, I said, what happened? And she kind of had some mental illness going on. He goes, oh, she met another man and left with him. Well, I did some research and found out that she was hit by a hit-and-run driver in California.
Oh.
Yeah, about 6 years later after that. And I was trying to search for her. And finally, a lot of researching, I got the birth death certificate and everything and found out what really happened. And then the same thing with my brother. I've been trying to find him the same way, and nothing comes up.
Yeah, like I said, I'm getting messages of here that are not very positive in that regard. I'll tell you a funny thing, though, about researching. While I was sick, because I didn't do this show for a few months and I had a really bad flu.
Right.
I did some researching in my family and in my wife's family, and I discovered the darndest thing, which was that when you go back to our great grandparents, I mean, here we met here in New York City. We met here in New York, and when you trace the roots of my family on my mother's side and her family on her father's side, you go back to great grandparents. They lived in the
right.
same. They lived in the same county in Europe, in the same part of Germany, and where Poland and Germany kind of mix. They lived in the same area. Our great grandparents. Is that not weird?
Right.
So
weird. I know it's weird. Like, I thought when my mother had passed that she would, because I believe in, life after, and they try and contact you and this and that. I thought maybe that I would get some contact from her, but I didn't. It was years later that I found out what really happened to her. So then, same thing, my brother, I'm wondering, was he still alive? Because there's nothing on him out anywhere, It's weird.
Have you tried Social Security death records?
I don't know his Social Security number. That's the problem.
You just need the name. If
really?
You can find, I haven't used it in a long time, but if you can find the Social Security records, the death index, all you need is the name. I found my parents there to make sure that.
Oh, wow.
Because there were conflicting stories about how and when my father died, and I was able to find it using just the Social Security thing.
Go to Social Security online.
No, I don't think it's got. I don't think it's with the Social Security people, but it's called the Social Security Death Index, and I know some sites link to it, so you should be able to find it.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about getting in contact with a medium. People that contact with people on the other side.
Oh, well, you got some good people here at Ask One Radio who do that. I do that sort of because the tarot cards have been able to do it for me. It's not really me, but if you wanted to get to a medium, check out the lineup at Ask One Radio, and maybe you'll see somebody you might want to contact off the air. But like I said, I got bleak cards here. You know what I mean? I didn't get any cards that indicated somebody was alive and well. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So,
well, it's better to know one way or the other,
Yeah. Well, if you look, my email, I mentioned this earlier, I'll do it again. Or you can always hear this in the archives or find me through Ask One Radio. My email is asktarot, one word, asktarot@earthlink.net. And drop me a line if you have a problem. Asktarot at earthlink.net. I see it's a nice old, I've been doing this so long, I have an Earthlink email address. If you if you have if you hit a wall and you can't get and find the Social Security death index, let me know and I'll see what I can dig up and I can get back to you. Okay?
Right.
So
yeah, you're very interesting. I've been listening to you, and
oh, thanks.
I thought, well, maybe I can find something out one way or the other. But most people want love or this or that, money or whatever,
Power too, right? Yeah.
I don't know about power, but
I used to get people call, not on the air, but they would call me and say, "Look, there's somebody I want to have killed." I say, "No,
no.
I'm not Lepke here. I'm not Murder Incorporated." No. I write about that too on my website.
There's a lot of people out there that say, "Oh, there's a curse in your family. Give me $500."
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
someone's done this to you. Yeah, It's a big racket. I used to live in Vegas. It's a big racket,
Yeah, because it's
and there's people like you and other people that, like you see, you light a candle or, stuff like that. That tell people.
I've been reading cards since the 1980s. And I've only once come across a reading that told me that somebody had a curse going there. And
really?
And no, I did not charge, because there are some people, there are some readers I'm familiar with who, like every third person they talk to has a curse, and of course they have a cure.
Right.
So, we frown on that.
Something in your past, you got to clear your past karma. Oh, $500
Yeah, it's amazing what $500 will cure, right?
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, I got you lined. Do you see if I have any financial
money? If I'm
gonna get my finances better.
The moment you said that, the card that I had in my hand is the Two of Coins. Two of Coins is about juggling money. It's about balancing money. It's about credit. It's about trying to make ends meet. The Five of Coins, the Five of Coins is very bad. That's not this one. The Four of Coins is here. That's a person who knows how to stretch a dollar, knows how to hang on to the money and be good about it. So what I see here, there's the Eight of Coins. That's telling me that there's potential for money coming your way. But money is tight, but it looks like you know how to handle it, and you'll be okay. All right.
All right. Yeah, I just robbed Peter to pay Paul right now.
Yeah,
you know.
That's the two of coins. That's exactly it. Juggling, right? We've all been there. I'll tell you. I got to run. I got to take another call, but you be sure to drop me a line if you need help with that Social Security Death Index thing. Okay, it's a cheerful name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can't they come up with a better name? You know, we give them billions and billions in tax money. They could come up with a better name than Death Index.
Right.
You know, so let me know.
Right.
Okay. Nice
Okay,
talking to
thank
you.
you so much.
Bye now. Let's shuffle them up. Well, Colleen in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. We'll go right to you. How you doing, Colleen?
I'm great, Elliot. How about you?
I'm doing much better than I thought I would. I haven't done this in so long. I got a little nervous, but I'm having a great time. What
Good.
can I look at for you?
Oh, I was just wondering, like, what do you see for me, like, in the next 6 months? Like, would I be able to still afford where I'm at, or am I going to meet my life partner, and how, or who he is, or whatever?
Okay, let's see. And you know something, you reminded me of something, and an announcement I want to make later. I had a really nice announcement laid up for all the listeners here. And cups, remember I said the page of cups means that it's here, it's real, and that the aces are theoretical. The aces say that it's a potential. So you have the potential and the reality here. So this is definitely a loaded reading here, saying that there is. Here's another cup card. This is astounding. Three of Cups generally means that you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but there's somebody out there now who's interested but is a little shy. So here's the thing. This is coming. This is happening now. This is on the way. There's a new relationship coming. That's the Two of Cups that says that. The Three of Cups tells me it's going to come through friends. The Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups tells me that it's really just about here already. This is not cups now, but it's a major card. It's the Wheel of Fortune. It means the situation you're in now is going to change, and it's going to change for the better, because they're happy cards after that. The Knight of Cups, you see, that's somebody coming into your life again. New, though, the Knights, it's going to be tempestuous. It's going to be an exciting relationship, and it's going to go up and down, and you know what I mean. It's the kind of thing. It'll be very vibrant. Let's put it that. You know, not that it's nuts, but it's vibrant. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards here, and 7 of them are cups. So yes, it's definitely coming your way. So
okay, cool.
Just be prepared for it. The thing is, you'll know that it's getting closer when you start feeling less the effects of the relationships that didn't work out. You know, when that starts fading away, then you're getting closer to this. But it is coming. It's definite. I mean, you can't get 7 out of 8 cards all being cups without it being real. So hang in there, because something really nice and new is on the way to you.
Is there any way to know, like, about the person?
Well, let's see.
Like clues or?
Well, let's see. Oh gosh, I got the Knight of Cups again. Yeah, you know, this is odd because I have there are aces here. I've got aces. Aces mean new beginnings, right? Ace, the beginning, ace. Okay, I have the Ace of Coins, the Ace of Rods, and the Ace of Cups. So I'm seeing a well-balanced person who can open up doors for you, who is maybe in the business world and has a pretty decent income and is emotionally well-balanced. Now, I don't know if there's but maybe 12 men in the world who fit that description, right? But hearing my women friends talk, I don't know, but that's that's what I'm seeing it, and they're all aces, which is good because that's even colloquial, you know, like, hey, it's aces with me, you know. This is good. That means a lot of new things are coming your way. With this relationship is going to open up work opportunities. It's going to open up money opportunities. It's going to be good for you emotionally. It's looking really good. But there's a strong possibility that this is going to be a person of business. Oh, look at that. The 6 of coins. That's a person handing out money. It's a philanthropist. I think you're going to do well here emotionally and materially and financially, and career-wise. I think it's going to be very good. So keep an eye out for something like. In other words, if a real loser shows up, that's not him. Okay.
Well, I thought I had found him a couple of times recently,
yeah.
but they just can't commit.
No, that's that's a problem because people ask me. Look, I had a marriage that lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days. Okay, but who's counting, right? And this particular marriage that I'm in now, it's like 39 years.
Awesome.
And of course, the question that I get asked all the time is, what is the secret to having a marriage that lasts almost 40 years? And I say lack of curiosity, but we you work things out, you grow together. But yeah, I shuffle them up again. The big card that comes up is the Ace of Cups. That means this is the beginning of a really good time for you emotionally. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds exciting to me. So let me know how it goes. I'd love to hear.
That would be a good change.
Okay. I've got to run. Bye-bye now.
Well, thank you so much, Elliot. God
My
bless.
pleasure. Bye. Let's squeeze in Rachel from Illinois. Hi, Rachel. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. I've got a couple of minutes left. I'm up against the clock, but what can I do for you? What can I look at?
I'm wondering if the business venture that I'm trying to start up is going in the right direction.
Okay. The Temperance card is here. That says it's that means well balanced. The 3 of Cups is here. The traditional meaning of that card is the completion of a matter in plenty. So that's pretty good too. 7 of Coins shows a person with money coming in. The 7 of Rods is a person who can sweep away all obstacles, and rods are about career and work. So yeah, it looks like you're going to do very well here. You had some hard times. The 10 of Swords tells me that those are over. Okay, so that's good too.
Thanks.
That's about it.
Well, all righty. Well, that's just a little bit of confirmation that I needed. Keep going.
Yeah, sounds like good news to me. Let's see if I can find one more card. Yeah, see, here's another one. The 3 of Rods. That's about business. That's you're waiting for the 3 of Rods in terms of business is about like it shows a person looking at ships in the harbor, which means he's sending the ships off to do business, and they're going to come back laden with goods. You see, so the return is good. All these are positive cards, very positive.
Awesome.
I got a good feeling for this one. Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye now. And hey, folks, that's it. I've just got a few minutes to go here because. Oh man, I hope I wasn't too abrupt with anyone, but my rhythm is off, But I have to tell you because to mention to the caller that I forgot to mention something, and I'm going to mention it now. By gosh, like I said, I haven't been able to do readings for people because I was sick and I lost my voice for a lot of that, and then I had, believe me, it was a total car wreck, but. I'm back now, and I figure it this way. Let's say I missed half the shows that I usually do. So to make up for that, I'm knocking the price of my private readings in half. I'm serious about this until the end of the year, maybe even longer, who knows. If you want to have a reading, and the end of the year is a good time to get a reading because you take a look at what's coming for the next year. But since I managed to only fulfill half of my obligations here, I want to cut everything in half. That's I don't mean. I mean in terms of work. I will you go to magic-works.com, and on the homepage, you'll see something there about readings, right? And you'll see the cost of my readings, which is not high. I don't believe in gouging people for readings. It's pretty fair pricing, I believe. But I'm going to cut that in half. So whatever price you see there, cut it in half. Okay? That's a special for the Ask One Radio audience and anybody else, actually. But I really want to, I definitely want to give that to you people because you were so patient waiting for me. And I missed you, and I want to do more readings. And the best way to do that is, since I missed half of the shows, oh gosh, and I was just sitting here so lonely. Yeah, I missed half the shows. I'm going to cut the price of my readings in half. So that's a gift, and I say let's do it, right? So if you've thought about maybe getting a reading, I know cash is tight these days, and I never let money get in the way anyhow. But if you thought about getting a reading with me and you'd like to do that, you could look at, I start out with a $10 reading, which is an email reading. That's now $5. See how that works? Man, that's the easy math, right? I love math when it's subtraction. A half-hour reading, a 15-minute reading, an hour reading, whatever the price there is, you just slash that in half. And you send me an email and said, like, what this or that reading, and we'll do it for half the price. And you'll get twice the service then, see? Because I'll be so happy to hear from you. And I had cabin fever, folks. I mean, I was going wacky sitting here with nothing but listening to the news, which I eventually gave up on because it's all the same stuff, So I can't do that. I like to have, this is one thing I don't want to do. I don't ever want to get into discussing political stuff and news here because we're fed up with that, aren't we? I am. I mean, it's all everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. It's replaced everything. It's replaced sports. It's the new kind of sports. So let's just make a deal here, which is I won't discuss that stuff. And I know that's what they say. Don't discuss it at the table. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. You don't want to discuss politics. Well, why not? But I'd say why not? Because that's all everybody's talking about. And have you noticed that we live in a world of everybody being an expert? Anybody who was in Congress for a year and a half and then quit is now an expert in the news. Oh, it's overbearing. So let's just stick to the things that are important in life, which is the metaphysical, which are the universal questions of why we're here, what we're doing here, what we can do to make things better for everybody, including ourselves, right? We want to make things better for us, don't we? And one of the things I think I can do to make things better and help make things better is to cut the price of my private readings in half. So go to magic-works.com. There's like 100 and something pages there of interesting stuff. There's movies there. There's things to read. There's all kinds of stuff there. But if you look at the chart that has the price of my readings, you just take a look at that and slash it in half. And don't be shy about claiming that because I'm offering it. So until next week, and I really got my fingers crossed. Because I said that 4 months ago or something too. Until next week, just remember who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're well. Glad to see you all back again, whoever's here, if anyone's here. But I hope you're all well. I hope you're all still coping. I hope you're all still looking within, trying to understand that everything starts from us. How do we want to paint and picture ourselves to the world? You know, so hope you're all well. Hope you're not struggling too much. Everyone is struggling in some way, shape or form. So I often, each day when I do my meditations and my mantras and various different things, I put out to the world that I hope people are coping, are learning, are walking the paths that they all should be walking and learning and doing and everything else like this. And this is another thing that I lead on to, that I was getting into a conversation with someone the other day about labels and categorizing people and putting people in boxes and, like I said, headers and labels and things like this. And it's easy, and it's the organized human nature to put things in its box, and you know, so we can understand who they are and what they are and everything else. But in reality, none of that is that, because we're all unique. So as a medium, as a psychic, as someone who proclaims to talk to the other side or can read your energy and things like that, I can do all that. I can show you. That's why I call myself the universal mechanic. I can show you the tools. I can teach you the tools, things like that. But the decisions of who you are, what you want to be in your life, things like that, they're down to you. They're down to what you want to be. But how can we do that until we know who we are? So we have to remove our programming. We have to remove all the learned behaviors. We have to learn to remove the resentments, frustrations, the angers, the negativities. Clear that all away and just see ourselves for who we truly are and love that part of us and be that person, because we're here for a reason. And what's the journey we're on? And only you can answer that. As I've mentioned on the show before and on previous weeks, one of the opening lines for the Gospel of St. Thomas is, the kingdom of God is within you and all around you. So you're God of your own world. What do you want your world to be? How do you want the world to see you? Look at yourself in the mirror, look at yourself in your heart, look at yourself in your soul, in your solar plexus. You know, just keep looking. How do you want to present yourself? What kind of a picture do you want to present to the world? And you become that person. And that's how we do it. But the only way we can do all those things is, like I say, looking at ourselves. Looking at maybe any faults that we may have. Any things that we want to rectify, become a better person ourselves. You know, rectify our learned behaviors, our faults, because we all have them. Nobody's perfect. But isn't that part of life? Learning, moving forward. And going off on that, moving forward, I've got Jacqueline in Portsmouth, Virginia, US. How you doing, Jacqueline? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm great. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Are you a spiritual person? Do you practice it, or are you a believer?
I think I am.
You
I'm
think
a believer.
you are? Right, maybe that was why I was asking the question, because there's that doubt there. But one thing I wanted to say, and I think I've said this before on previous shows, everybody has this ability. It's the same as anything else. You know, if you pick two young lads, and they go and play American football, say, one can be better than the other. And it's the same with this, but everyone has this ability. Everybody can play American football. It just depends on the degree of how good you are, and it depends on how much effort and time and practice and research that you put into it and learning. So I'd definitely say to you, get yourself out there, join any groups that are local to you, especially now since COVID and everyone's gone online a hell of a lot more than what we were before. There's so many groups that are happening, and development groups and various things like that. And in actual fact, I'm actually going to be starting my own development group in the new year. So if you want to join me, Jacqueline, then you're more than welcome. Just message me info@theuniversalmechanic.com and I'll send you the details as and when I've organised it and planned it. But just linking to you and just linking into you and your energy as we speak now, and just as what we're talking about, you say you think you have and all that. I'm getting something's taken your breath away recently, because I'm getting an energy that you've had an experience in the last week or two that sort of took your breath away, and you're questioning whether what you saw, what you experienced was real. Can you relate to that?
Maybe.
Because I'm getting like not a shocked feeling. Don't think it's a shock. I don't think you were shocked or whatever, but it's made you question something.
You mean spiritual wise?
I was just going to say on a spiritual level, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm more actually interested than I, was actually putting on. So yes, I agree with that.
Do you understand that it feels like you had an epiphany?
Yeah, I pretty much I can feel.
Yeah.
I'm confirming that I can.
Like
Yeah.
You experienced something that suddenly gave you, lots of jigsaw pieces all falling into place all at once, and you have this sudden realization of things. That's part of it all. I'm also being told, because I had the same conversation, I'm being reminded of it now earlier on today with someone. You're the type of lady, Jackie, you can walk into a room and you can tell the atmosphere instantly. You can tell if that moment when you walk in, you go, oh, what have I walked into? Like in the middle of an argument or something. Or you can walk into a room with various different people, strangers and that, but you can look round each one of them and you can instantly know whether you're going to get on with them or not.
Absolutely, that's correct. Yep. I can either set the tone or I can control some things. I'm getting into my power, so I actually do understand. Gonna start learning tarot and stuff. So yeah.
Go for it. Seriously, as you're saying that, I feel really sort of quite excited for you. So, that's showing that's the path, and you're learning and you're discovering, but not just learning new things, but you're also learning stuff about you.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And you just said it yourself, you're growing into your own power, you're understanding things. And this intuition that I talk about, this is what it's all about. It's about intuition, believing in those feelings, those thoughts, those emotions, those words, those images that you get that come out of nowhere. That you're like, where's that come? Well, that's obviously not mine. So you're connecting and you're developing. Can I say that they are showing me, though, that it was a few months ago or a couple of years ago, I would say in the last 2 years, something happened in your life that changed the way you looked at things, that made you start looking into this?
Yes.
A life experience that made you question.
Losing family members.
Yeah. This is what I was going to get onto. I do believe it was a loss of some kind.
A couple losses.
Yeah.
I do believe that they're still here with us, and I think that's what I just realized.
I understand. Who's the gentleman in spirit, Jackie, that liked to have a beer? That I'm just seeing a gentleman, actually a lovely energy, lovely guy, but he liked to have a drink. He's got a can of beer in his hand.
It could be my uncle.
But a bit of a character as well.
Yeah, they're all a bit of a character.
And I got to admit, I'm an ex-sailor in the British Royal Fleet Auxiliary services and that, and I could see him being a real good laugh, a real good energy,
a really, really good laugh. Yep, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right. I get. Well, he's saying to me, he's around you. He's actually saying he's around you a lot, actually.
I believe that.
Would you understand that he's saying about you that
Oh,
you're
yeah.
actually, it's like he's saying to you, he's around you a lot because he's saying you lost a little bit of your spark for obvious reasons. We've already covered it earlier. Why? But he said you're starting to get your spark back. Does that make sense? You're starting to get your spark of laughter back, and you're starting to see and laugh at the simple things again.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's took a toll on me, but I think I'm actually coming into my power now. So yeah.
Yeah, and he's also showing me as well. As much as we're going to change the words, you're coming into your power. Yes, you're right. You're correct, and that's how you understand it. But he's just asked me to correct the words. You're starting to trust and believe in you.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Why is he taking me to around Halloween time, end of October, beginning of November time?
Well, actually, he's taking you around November time because that was his death, actually.
Okay. Just saw that. That was always I got taken to that time of year. He says you still make him laugh by doing stupid things that you don't realise you're doing.
Yeah, I believe that.
Does that make sense? He's not being horrible,
Yeah.
but he's saying you do things, you don't realise they're funny or whatever they are, and you just do them as, because you just do them. But he said, I can stand and just watch you and laugh.
And I can relate with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm starting my life over, so I can definitely...
Right, okay. I understand why he's brought that up now. He's actually just said, do you understand that's just a part of the natural you, that you can make people laugh? So when he's saying he's in your development and in you growing in your power, about having trust and faith in you, is try and find the love for the natural you and just naturally be you. You don't need to copy anybody else. By you being natural you, where you can make people laugh and brighten people's day, he said that's the gold. That's the bit that you're trying to connect to.
Okay, and I can definitely relate with that. Take all that.
Good.
Thank you.
He said that's the bit that you got to try and aim for.
Well, if you can tell him I love him and miss him.
Oh, you don't need to tell. You say it to him yourself, darling. Seriously, he's around you. If you're on your own one night, just sit there and talk to him and say hello, and you will physically feel a warm, the hairs up on your neck, everything else, but it won't be freaky, it won't be scary. It'll be like someone's putting a loving hug around you, and it's lovely. Talk to him.
And I do, actually, so thank you. Now I can come and take that as that's the sign.
You're welcome, darling.
Yeah. Thank you. I needed that.
Well, you take care, and I'll speak.
Hopefully,
I'll speak soon. Take care,
we'll
Jackie.
connect. Thank you.
You're welcome. See, simple things like that. Everybody's got this ability. It's having that leap of faith, having that choice to take that leap of faith and go and explore. I've got Jamie in Miami in Florida. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
Good. Are you a spiritual lady? Do you practice it, or are you just a believer? Where are you coming from?
I have a very hard time being sometimes I will, and then sometimes I just feel like totally disconnected.
Do you feel that's more that you though? Do you feel the times when you're disconnected is when they're the times you feel you need them the most?
Yes, I do.
And do you find that those times when you need them the most, that's when there's other stuff going on in your life for whatever reason, and that's when you need them the most, but that's when we slip into our human self, and because we don't get the signs or the love or the help that we assume or expect or picture that we want, and we don't get it that way, we're assuming that we're disconnected. Does that make sense? I do feel you telling me, I do feel that disconnection with you, but I'm being shown in a loving way that it's it's that fight you have between your spiritual self and your human mind. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And believe me on this, I've been there, done it, got the t-shirt. I still struggle with it. The human mind is it's a powerful tool. It's a very powerful tool, but it can also be our worst enemy, because when we get triggered or when we have negative things going on around us, it can create an energy in us that our brain will go, oh, I remember this energy. This bad thing happened when, the brain can't distinguish between bad and good. It will just go, oh, that energy, I recognize that. This happened when I felt that before. So that's where it triggers you.
Yes, it does.
Does that make sense? And
yes.
we need to build our strength and our self-discipline to have that awareness in our own mind that when these things are happening and we're getting frustrated that things aren't going our way, or I can't resolve things, or I'm losing things, or I'm losing people, or whatever, we have to sit, we have to meditate, we have to bring our energy back to ourselves, bring our energy down and connect to spirit and ask them, what's going on? Please show me. And then be open to what's showing you, and don't have any expectations of what to see. And then you'll see, have that trust and faith in spirit, in God, whatever is your higher power, and let it unfold naturally. And you'll be quite surprised about how things happen.
I'm not sure I'm not sure I believe in God or higher power, or
Go on, go ahead. Sorry.
No, keep on, go.
All I'm saying is, if you think about it, how do you see, how can I put it? How do you see God, spirit, the higher power helping you out when you feel disconnected? How do you see them helping out? Do you see them helping you out by helping to provide financial stability, by making somebody else come to you and apologize to you, or, fix a car that's broken down? How do you see spirit, the higher power, actually helping you?
Financially, or
Okay.
when I'm lost somewhere and I don't know where I'm going, then I'm disoriented, I'll ask. Or if I need a question to let's say, like my mom that's going blind, they'll give me some guidance.
I understand. Well, as you're talking there, I was reminded of a film scene. It's in the film Evan Almighty, and it's with Morgan Freeman, and he's talking to Evan Almighty's wife. There's a story, and it says, if someone approaches God and asks God for courage, do you think he gives them courage, or do you think he gives them the opportunity to be courageous? If someone approaches God and asks for love, do you think God gives them love and fills them with warm, fuzzy feelings, or do you think he gives the opportunity to love and be loved? And I think sometimes we as humans can fall into the trap of, if I went to a fellow human and I asked for help, they could give me practical help. They could loan me money. They could give me a bed to sleep in. They could give me food to eat. They can give me practical help. But if we're asking the higher power for help, like you said, some extra financial stability, look around and see, are there opportunities to earn more money? Are opportunities coming your way to earn more money, or to change your job to get a higher paid job? It's things like that that we sometimes can miss and not join the dots together. Now, sadness also, when we have a lot of things going on, stress, worry, sadness, grief, all these very things that we have can lower our vibration. So when our vibration lowers and we start feeling sad, depressed, down, and not happy, then we will miss those opportunities that spirit or our higher power are bringing into our lives. And we're missing the opportunities that they may be and how they can resolve our issues, whatever they may be. Or at the very least, to find that energy of peace, just to know that even bad things happen and that they're meant to happen for a reason. And to find peace in that is divine in itself. So I don't know if you heard me last week, Jamie, but I'm being shown that during the day, if you're struggling and you're getting stressed, you're getting worried, and you feel like the energy in you is getting too powerful and too strong and you're struggling, take yourself into a room where no one else is around and just sit down quietly and just close your eyes and take 3 long, deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. And you'll find it will instantly calm you down. It will make you feel a little bit better, and chances are you will feel that connection back to the higher power again. I'm getting the feeling it's not your fault. It's not, so don't sit there and go, it's my fault or I've done wrong. You haven't done anything wrong. I think you just need to learn a new way to try and get past your own human mind when extra strong things are happening or bad things are happening or negative things are happening. But I do get the feeling that you've had some opportunities or some signs come your way, but they weren't spotted or whatever because they may have been too subtle, or other things were going on and you didn't quite see them. But I do get the feeling that opportunities will come your way and are going to come your way, even to the point of earning extra money, various things. I do get a feeling as regards to your mum, when I feel a link with your mum, when you talk about your mum going blind and that, I do feel that there's an older lady stood beside your mum. She's with your mum all the time. And this older lady has got either white hair or very light blonde hair, and it's quite short. I would say no further than the shoulders, maybe even higher than that to the cheek level. But there's a lady and she's wearing a dark coloured jumper or cardigan. And she's wearing a black dress past her knees, a black pleated dress, and I'm seeing her and she stood next to your mum, or a lady that I'm assuming is your mum. Are you still there, Jamie?
Yes, I am.
Sorry, I got taken over a bit and I was sort of waffling on, so I hope you could take all what I've just said, but I just felt that was like, I had to say what I said.
Could it be her mother or my grandmother?
I do feel that there's a maternal, definitely on your mother's side or your mother's side. So yes, it could be your grandmother.
Yeah, Billy Jane.
Yeah, I do feel it's like your grandmother, so that would be her mother. But she's with your mum all the time. I'm just being told, I don't know how right or wrong I am, and please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm just being shown that the sight, the blindness thing, they're saying that's physically her body failing, if that makes sense. Her eyes are just failing, is what I mean by that. Yes. Not a whole body. I'm just still talking about her eyes are failing, and there's not much that can be do. But I just heard the words though, but she can see in other ways.
Yeah,
is your
she
mum
can. Yeah,
I'm being
very
shown that
difficult.
I'm being shown that your mum has spiritual connections as well, that she actually sees things or hears things that she may not always talk about.
No, she doesn't at all. She doesn't talk, like she'll preach on me on the Lord of Lord, and that that she feels, but like her brother, her dead sister, her mom, but she doesn't talk about it a lot with me.
Right.
She knows I believe in those stuff, but she just doesn't talk to me about a lot about those things.
Have you tried having the conversation with her about this subject?
Mm-hmm.
I'm being shown.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring up the subject with her and actually start the conversation with her? Hey, Mum, and just start a conversation with her.
Yeah, that would work.
I'm being shown, have a conversation with her about this subject, because I get the feeling your mum gets a lot more than what she says. And you've just confirmed that. So I think you'll be quite surprised with what she'll come out with.
Yeah. Yeah, she will. She's a very intuitive woman. Very intuitive woman.
Why Spirit show me you lighting a candle?
I light a candle for my mom.
Well, there you go. They're showing me. They're seeing you. They're seeing you lighting the candles. They're letting you know. They confirm we're seeing you. We're with you. We're doing what we can.
Wow, you're good.
So
yeah,
have faith and love in having that confirmation. You know, I said to you, Spirit just showed me you're lighting candles, and you said, yeah, I light candles for my mum and things like that. So Spirit are letting you know, we see you do that. We're with you. You know, you're not disconnected. We're never disconnected from Spirit. It's us that creates that disconnection. It's our human mind. Our soul sits in our stomach. Listen to that. Listen to that silent voice, that knowing, that love in your heart, that compassion. Feel that energy. So if you're feeling disconnected, connect to your heart and connect to your stomach where your soul sits. Connect to your intuition and feel Spirit, and imagine and open up your mind's eye and your crown chakra and learn your chakras and learn all about energy and bring it all forward. And trust me, you'll feel that connection back again.
Yeah, I'm going to start actually doing that tonight. I'm going to start doing that tonight.
Do it for yourself, Jamie, because as much as your intention is you want to do it for other people, for your mum, to heal people and be nice and all that, and that's wonderful and that's commendable. But you also need to spend some time for yourself, mentally and emotionally. You know, connect to Spirit, allow, you know, God, Spirit, whoever your higher power is, to lift those negative energies off you, to give you the support you need, the encouragement, the strength and the emotional support you need to deal with what you've got to deal with. You know, and to do that, you need to give yourself some time, give yourself some love, go and get your hair done, go and get your nails done, do something just nice for you, make yourself feel good as well. It's not just about everybody else, because if we think of ourselves as a glass of water, every time we do something for somebody else, we're taking a sip out of that glass, and eventually that glass of water becomes empty. So you need to top yourself up. So be kind to you, be nice to you, meditate, learn how to chill out, learn how to deal with things calmly. Go and get your nails done, go and get your hair done, and make yourself feel good. Okay,
You're
Jamie?
right. Okay. All right.
You take care, sweetheart. I hope to speak to you again soon. Please call back and just let me know, or email me at info@theuniversalmechanic.com, and just let me know how you're going on. I also always like to know how I got on. But I need to cut off now. I'm running out of time. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining me again this week, and I hope to see you next week. As we continue on our journey to know that everything in this life, everything we want, everything we want to be, is all down to us. We have to take self-responsibility for ourselves. So thank you again. Namaste. See you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
And it's approaching the holiday season and Christmas as well, which is fabulous, isn't it? So we've got snow all over the UK, which is wonderful. It's bringing a winter wonderland, so I thought we'd have a picture of snow here. Very festive. Well, I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm coming to you from Psychic Destiny, and that is my show. And my website for all of you is gracedestiny.com. You can book direct as well to have readings, personal ones with me. Just be aware of the time difference from USA to the UK and also from Australia and South Africa. We had lots of calls coming in from South Africa who have managed to see the show as well. So that's even better. So keep them coming in. And of course, Canada, Europe, and UK and Ireland as well. So welcome to all of you who are watching right now. Now, we're doing some live psychic readings here, and it's about 7 o'clock in the evening here in the UK, and I know that in the USA it's early in the afternoon, around 2ish, and over in Sydney, Australia, it's very early in the morning, so we're going back even further. So for all of you early birds as well, welcome, welcome. Now, I use tarot cards. These are some of the oldest ones that I have. And these tarot cards really bring in the Greek mythology, which is really what you want to have when you're looking at perhaps some universal images and some sort of situations that you can't quite understand. So I do tend to rely upon some of my ancient cards. Now, these ones I've had for a very long time. And I think we've got Timothy here, who's come through straight on the line for a free psychic reading. Hello, Timothy. You're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you?
All right.
You're good. Okay. Well, that's a good, powerful voice that you've got there, Timothy. So I'm going to dive straight in and take you some tarot cards, which are from the mythic Greek depths. Now, this is a card here that I want to show to you. It sort of really puts you in a situation, Timothy, where you're not quite sure what to do. You go one way or the other, but you are being influenced very strongly from a person who's very important to you. This is a male, another man who is either a mate or family member even, but somebody who has influence over you that's trying to push you into a direction that you're not quite sure that you want to go into. Now, this could be very much around the workplace, and again, you're being told here that you've got a lot more to learn, that there's something else that you need to do, that you need to focus on in order to make money. And this is what you're doing here. You're making some money and you're watching other people as well make their money. So you're good at instruction. You're good at really sending other people some of your skills and allowing other people to benefit a lot from what your knowledge is. So are you in that dilemma at the moment, Timothy, where you need to just assess which way you need to go, what direction you need to go in? Is that you? Are you really in that space right now? Come back and tell me.
No, I'm sad about a friend of mine in her situation.
Okay, so is this a male friend that's in a...
No, female.
Okay. This is a very strong male influence around you. Maybe after this reading, you'll think who that is, but it's somebody, a strong family member even, a brother, a person, a strong friend who is really trying to get a hold of you and say, look, just come this way. You're going to be fine. There is an ending. There's not a lot that you can do about that. So perhaps I'm jumping a little bit too further forward here into your reading, but you've got to draw a halt now to the circumstances that you find yourself in. And that's not your fault. Things have happened that have been out of your control, out of your ability even to sort of see what was coming towards you. So what I have that I'm going to give to you, because we're covering the next few months now, is that you're drawing a halt to proceedings. There's nothing that you can do around your work and around your relationships. Everything seems to be imploding at the moment. But the good news is that this is temporary. This is very, very much a situation that will sort itself out. And this is such a difficult time when you're approaching Christmas and other people are, Timothy, that, you know, now you've got to sort of try and make plans and you don't want anything to be spoilt, but you have to think of yourself first. Now, your situation with finances is also here, and this is where you will be starting to look at your income, making money, and having more in the sort of the coffin, you know, sort of more in the coffers. This is money that's being earned and also that's coming to you. As the other people really responding very, very well to you and also to your plight. So good friends are here, good friends are around you. But I do think that a relationship has to stop before you can start to see where that may go again. It's not an impossible situation though, Timothy, and I feel that this is the lady that is here. This is the next card. Now, it's interesting, isn't it? Because she didn't come out straight away. So she was sort of hiding her intentions, really. And I think that that's also what may well be happening to you, that she's hiding her intentions. She doesn't really want you to know quite what is on her mind. And this, I feel, is important now. You have got this lovely picture here of the world. This is about expansion, but it's also in the mythic deck. It's your world that is about to change, and it's changing for the better. And you are going to a very different space once you've got past the next 2 months. I have a timescale card here of 2. And I think that when you've got this sort of situation where the time scales are being noted down, you have really got to be thinking an awful lot about how you're proposing to move through the next few weeks. They're not difficult, and this lady here is in fact going to be around. You know, she's talking to you, she's sort of wanting that conversation with you, wanting communication. Is that what's happened here, Timothy? Do you feel the stress of this situation where you're not quite sure what really is going on or what the intentions are? This lady that's in your life, she is certainly hiding. There's a hidden element around her. And I feel, Timothy, that you will certainly be given some respite quite soon. You've got the Hermit here. And this is all about you keeping yourself very closed in many, many situations that you can't really do anything about. So let's just look at the crystal. We've got a crystal ball here, and this one is very Christmassy. Are you okay there, Timothy?
I'm upset because you're hitting right on everything.
I know. It's really upsetting. Look, I'm looking at the crystal. I want you to look at it if you can see it here. I know that you're upset. I can see the stress around you. I can see, you know, the stress that's in the cards as well, because, you know, they're very important, and you've really got to sort of address this situation. You can't do anything other than address it within the capacity that you have been given. So I'm looking here at the wonderful amount of sparkles that are here. You're being told that within a short space of time, things are going to look a lot better, that you will get ahead of this situation. You will be far, far more in control than you are at the moment. And this is not your fault. It really isn't your fault. There's stuff that's going on out there that you have no control over. So don't be downhearted, don't be down-spirited here. I feel that life is going to be surprising. Now think about it this way. You're making money, other people respect you, they want to learn what you know. They want to learn how skilled you are, how good you are at really sorting out your life. So this is a blip. This is not a situation which is permanent or difficult. It's one to get over. It's one to get past. You might have to go through Christmas without that really being resolved. But come January and early February, Timothy, it's a different story altogether. I'm going to take you a card for early January and February, and let's just see what that one card will say to you as to what your longer term outcome is. And don't forget to make your wishes, because sometimes wishes really do come true. Well, here we got the Lovers. Wow, let me show you this. This is the Lovers card in the Mythic deck. Now, what this will actually represent to you is love in your life, but the lover, the person that is going to be your lover by your side, the intimate person, the intimate woman in your life. Now, this will also be a choice for you. So it's not straightforward. Life never is it? That's not what we're here for. We're here to negotiate our way through some of the difficult times as well as some of the great times. But this card, this promise from the crystal ball, is a lover for you. It's a person who you have a choice on. So there's some decisions to make, Timothy, but rest assured, they're happy ones. So I hope you've enjoyed your reading. Spirit is with you, by the way. I'll just give you the initial of M. That's coming through from a spirit level. So take that and it will all fit into place. But lots of love is being given to you today. So don't be sad, don't worry, and just move on now. Move on to the next phase. Timothy, thank you for coming through to Eleanor Grace and my psychic show. Wish you all the best, okay? Now, our next caller, I think, is due on the line any moment. And it's Kathy. Hello, Kathy. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello, how are you?
I'm great, really great. Getting ready for Christmas, and we've got no colds or COVID or illness or anything like that this year. So it's a very, very positive year, I think, for all of us. So, Kathy, let me see who is around you, because I know that you want to connect to spirit, don't you? And I feel that you've got, well, there's two ladies that I can see here on the one side of you and your energy spot, which is there somewhere. And over here, I've got two males, but they're different ages. One's sort of really quite ancient, maybe sort of great grandparents, great ancestors, and one's younger, so more on your level, more on a friendship basis as well, but lots of love that's coming in. The initial of A that I want to give you, this is coming in from spirit, and also some upliftment, because I feel that, you've got a lovely cheery voice, but, life has not been too great, has it? I've got here first card coming through for you. You can see the sailboats there, hopefully, on the Mythic deck. And you can also see the dolphins as well, which are coming through right into the center of your picture and the center of your reading here. Now, this dolphin partnership, you're sailing away. You're sailing into the sunset, really, being very harmonious. But this is not a partner that I'm talking about. This will be a child or a very good friend, somebody that you're protecting and helping a lot at the moment. So is that true, Kathy? Are you taking somebody under your wing and showing them the way forward at the moment?
Well, I guess you'd say it was my son.
Yeah. It's usually a male.
I kind of take care of him.
Do you? Yeah. Well, you're the star here. This is the star from the Mythic deck, so the Greek deck. So it's Greek mythology, and it's all about aspiration and some really strong vibrations for happiness. And this is personal for you as well. And you taking the initiative, I think, with your son, this person that you're looking after, you're protecting, you're wanting the very best for. So well done to you, because, you know, that's a lot. There's a lot to do, and it's hard as well when you're looking out for somebody else. You know, we take it in our stride sometimes, but I feel that this now has been a moment, there's a moment for you where you will feel very, very much as though you've had enough almost. You know, you've really sort of wanted to settle down and just give yourself a little bit more of a time here so that you can take things with a breeze and, you know, with a skip in your step as well. Now, do you have a daughter, or did you have a daughter in spirit? There's a female spirit that is around you, but I feel that this is more complex than that. So is there a daughter? Let's start there. Do you have a daughter, Kathy?
Yes, I do. I do.
Yeah, okay. And did you lose a child at all? You did? Okay. Yeah? Is that a yes?
Many years ago, yes.
It doesn't matter how long ago, because spirit sort of stays there, and you're being given here a sort of reward, I think, you know, because you've suffered a loss here in this regard. And so there's a soul in spirit who has been with you, sort of looking over you, that belongs to your soul group. And I feel that this is really coming into its own now, because you're going to be given a chance to sort of see that develop. So rewards will be brought in very many strange ways, and I feel that there's a lot to do with your son here that is bringing you a great deal of happiness, because you've got some movement on his particular sort of care and need at the moment. I think early into the new year, that will be resolved. So you're not going to be under the same level of concern, and you won't be having anything sort of being dashed on the rocks, which is how you're feeling at the moment. So there's only about 10% left, isn't there? You've really worn yourself out. Would you say that's true, that you've got this energy loss at the moment, that I feel so heavy. I feel as though this is you wanting to just stop and just, you know, have a rest, put your feet up and not really deal with the troubles. And it's more that mental strain, isn't it, that has been a real problem, I think, for you. Would you agree with that, Kathy?
Yes, I would say that. I've been, my son is off on his own now, and things are going to get much better for him. So
yes,
around January, that's when I'm going to be able to sit back and say, okay, now you're on your own. You're making money, you're working, you're doing what you need to do, and that leaves me, you know, to take care of myself.
Free. Yeah, free to do all the things that you want to do. But I think that as carers, mothers, you know, people who do reach out to others, it's easy to get sort of completely entrenched in that journey and forget about what we need for ourselves as well. And this is where you've got this very sort of powerful picture of your son, who is able to literally ride his own horse out there into the future and take care of himself. And that's exactly what he is doing. And he's doing that with love. So there's a lot of love between you and him, and mutual respect. And I think that you will get that back as a reward. And I think that's coming back over time. So that's for the long shot. That's a long way into the future, which is great for you. I'm just also going to take the crystal ball for you, because this is an opportune time for you to really absorb some of your own skills and your own hobbies. You're quite psychic yourself. I don't know if you were aware of that, if you realise that, but this is going to be a focus, I think, for you during 2023. I think that you will want to investigate more and more about your own psychic development and about, you know, some of the opportunities that you have to find out. It's exploring putting things into your mind, really making an effort as well to understand what happens on the various different levels of psychic development, and really listening to your own intuition, listening to your dreams, and making notes as well, making an awful lot of notes about how your life is progressing and whether you've had any predictions that come through in your dreams. So you will be developing yourself. I think this is one of the main areas that is interesting to you. But remember that I do have 2 males and 2 females here in spirit. So the 2 ladies that I have to the right of me, which is what I was explaining to you earlier in this reading, they've come a long, long way to actually meet you today. It's sort of, they're giggling a lot, so they know each other. They're relatives as well, so it must be mother, daughter. I feel this is your grandmother, your mother, that there are others as well in your family. Was there a very large family going back to your grandmother, was there?
Yes, very big family.
Very big family.
Yeah.
So many people, you can't count them. That's what I've got here. The initial of A is important. I've said that before. Do you know an Alan?
I do know one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Who is he to you? Who is Alan here to you?
He, I used to visit a friend down here in Florida when I lived up north, and he was one of her friends, but I knew him. I knew him good. I knew him well.
Yeah.
He passed.
I was just going to say he's passed, and he can see you, and he's waving. You know, he's delighted. He tips his hat to you. I can see him tipping a hat.
Nice.
So he was a gentleman, wasn't he? He was a gentleman, Alan. Well, he's here. He's here to greet you, celebrating. And I've got the initial of S for Sugar, Samantha. That sort of, it's an S. So does that mean anything to you? Who is S? And also Mary, it's got to be Mary or Marie that I'm seeing here. There's 2 little snowflakes that I've got together here in the crystal ball, and these snowflakes, they're just like little diamonds, but they're petals. Are those? Is that jewelry that you've got?
Yeah. Well, you might be picking up my grandmother, who her name was Mary Ann.
Right. Okay, so Zoe Ann, yes. Did she like her jewelry? Is that why she's showing me this jewelry? It's earrings. You're going to get some. There's some earrings that you're receiving. It's a gift. It's a present that's coming from you. And also, I've got a man who was really walking away from me. Just going to put the crystal ball down a minute because I want to take some more cards here. I think they're quite important for you. Was that? Yeah, there's this lady that I've got that was a troublesome person here for you. Somebody that perhaps interfered in a relationship or got in the way that you had to sort of really sort her out. Is that something that's happened to you here, Kathy? Because it's as though there was an intrusion in a relationship. Somebody got in between you and a man, and you had to deal with that in some way. So that's behind you. And I do feel that was an important breakthrough. There's a lot of female support as well. You've got friendship groups that are here that are being given to you from the Greek cards. Now, you must play this back because I feel that there's a lot of information here that you're not quite grasping or absorbing because it's a lot to take in, and we've only got a few minutes in this show to do that. So have a look back onto the video when it comes up and try to think about that past situation. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because I've got really good times in 2023, and this does start January 1. It starts straight away. You're going to plan to do that. But not only that, you will be accessing, I think, just some some new vibrations, you know, it's that song, isn't it? Good vibrations. But I really genuinely see them around you, and you're being pushed from spirit here, pushed to go forward. There's an open pathway for you. And I think there's somebody new walking towards you who's going to cherish you and really value you as a friend and as somebody, somebody that you can love a little bit, you know, and who can love you back. So, Kathy, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and do come through to my website and book a reading with me if you want anything more, and we can do a one-to-one like this. So thank you for joining us on this show, and I'll see you another time. Well, thank you to everybody for our snowy edition this week of my Psychic Destiny show. I'm Eleanor Gray, and I will see you in the very near future, probably next Tuesday, in fact, and enjoy all of the show hosts here on Moonstruck TV, and enjoy your week ahead. I'll see you very soon. Bye for now.
Accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmedium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Alignment Mentor on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back. My name's Angie, and I am a Soul Alignment Mentor, which simply means that I help those who are seeking to align with a higher vibration of who they are, to kind of clear out energy that keeps them stuck in life and align their life with their purpose and their soul mission on earth. And I wanted to share a little bit with you guys about a message that I received from my spirit team that they've been kind of teaching me for a while, but this last week they really put a lot of emphasis on it for me. And it was about the ability to understand ourselves on an energetic level. And the way they explained this to me was by showing me when the light shines in through a window, you are able to see the dust particles in the air. Before that, you may not have known that there was dust somewhere in your home or wherever you are. But the light, when it shone through the window, allowed you to see what was in the air and the particles that you could not see prior. And so this is what happens when we begin to heal our energy and raise our frequency so that we are more aligned with our true spirit self, and we bring a balance between as above, so below, our spirit and our human essence. And so I share this because, one, I would like to invite you to come over to read my blog on angieharris.org, where I share spiritual insights and teachings like this, but also because I am going to be offering a 7-week course where I teach people how to do this starting in January of 2024, so that we can be aligned with our highest vibration for the next year. I truly believe that we all have a purpose and a mission that our soul came to live on this earth. You might be feeling that pressure to start looking for that or aligning with it or understanding it, and having that guidance and that light shining into your life will help you understand maybe a little bit more what direction to take and what might be keeping you from taking that direction. So I do want to invite you to come over and hang out with us in that online course that I'm going to be offering starting in January. If you want more information, feel free to email me, Angie@angieharris.org. So I am going to take a reading today. It looks like we have Jessica from Panama City, Florida. Jessica, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you today?
Better now that I got this call. I was actually just watching your live, and I've been trying to get on here I've been trying to get a hold of y'all for the past 2 weeks.
Wow, so it's been a while. Well, I find it really interesting that you're from Panama City. I spent 24 hours in Panama last year. And it was right around the time that you guys, Florida was getting hit pretty bad with that hurricane, so I couldn't stay. But it's probably beautiful there compared to where I am. So
yeah, maybe some parts of Florida.
Yes, understandable. So is there something that you wanted some insight in, or are you wanting a general message?
Okay. Well, I mean, I would take what is offered, but let's see. My grandpa passed away about 2 years ago in December, and I don't know. I don't know. I guess I want to see if he had a message, and then there's a second thing. I wanted to see if I could get any um, anything on. My mom, or like my uncle passed away in '83. He was involved in a hit and run, and nobody ever found out who did it. And we've always been curious about that. So there's just mainly those two.
Okay. And you said that happened in '83?
Yeah.
Okay. So as soon as you mentioned your father, I did feel a presence show up. As far as your uncle, I did feel like I was supposed to tell you from him, I'm okay. And it's almost like there's a need for justice that I'm feeling. Is your family still very upset about this and like wanting to know because like of wanting justice? Okay. So what's interesting is when we pass to the other side, we begin to see things differently. And I'm pretty strongly hearing and feeling and sensing this gentleman coming through and wanting to relieve you of the need to justify what happened. And because from his perspective, he understands, like, because I'm getting a vision of a person that is feeling like there's a lot of like sickness and guilt in this human. And I sense that I'm hearing drunk driver, and that there's a possibility that this happened because someone was under the influence or was not mentally capable of like kind of living, like speaking up for what they did. Like there's a lot of shame, there's a lot of guilt involved in this. And for some odd reason, I have this sense that your uncle's spirit is in a place of wanting to help the family find forgiveness for this human, because he can see from the other end and from the other side that this human it's almost like their guilt and their shame is punishment enough for them. And I see and sense that there is just this energy of like hopelessness in this person, which from the other side, from the spirit side, it is not something that spirits want for any human. Spirits have this comprehension and understanding when they get to the other side that everything is love. And so anything outside of love, they want to teach us humans how to be that energy. And I'm also hearing that this possibly is a part of what might help your family enhance in their understanding of themselves and to grow in the capacity to have more love for yourselves and those around you. But this feels really, really hard because there is this like, there's been a lot of anger that has been held on to since this happened. And I even sense that maybe you guys have been like wanting people to search and find this person that is responsible.
Yes, there's been so much of that in the past week or two.
Okay. So here, and this may not be what you want to hear, but I'm just going to tell you what I'm hearing in spirit, just because it's kind of hard for our human minds to comprehend this, but I am hearing to release this and to let it be, because there is going to be like the judgment and the justice that you will receive is not necessarily going to be by finding it. It's almost like this is causing you guys to have a lot of internal pain and turmoil in your mind. And this spirit of your uncle wants you guys to find peace. And it's almost like he's been waiting to come through to tell you this, because he's been watching and like waiting to, hoping that you guys would kind of like learn, like it's almost like there's a lesson in this of learning how to expand your capacity to love even those who are hard to love, if that makes sense.
It does.
And I know that it doesn't feel good on a human level to let something go because we want justice. We want to have a reason to kind of have closure for things. But I will tell you, just from all the spirits I do talk to, they will, when they go back to the spirit world, every spirit judges themselves when they go back, and they will experience the feelings that you guys felt in their own spirit. And so they'll know exactly what it feels like to be in your shoes and what this caused you. I'm hearing also that you said it was your father that passed, correct?
My grandfather.
Grandpa? Okay. Was this his child?
No, it's different sides of the family.
Different.
The uncle is on my mom's side, and my grandpa's on my dad's side.
Okay, because I do kind of sense like there's like somewhat of a connection there, but they're telling me that they weren't blood related. Okay, so
sorry to cut you off. My grandmother was married to someone that was like not a blood grandpa, but he also passed away, and he was trying to find out what happened to her son, the one that got hit. This all was a while back. So yeah, that's
so that might
grandpa.
be okay. So that might be who's coming through as well. So I will warn you, I don't have a ton of time left with you. So if you do want to set up an appointment with me, I have discounted readings right now on my website, angieharris.org. So if we get caught off, you can go do that. And they're only $35 right now. But I am going to I am sharing with you that this spirit of your uncle, as hard as this is going to be for you guys, he wants you to let it go. And he wants you to find peace in your own selves because he sees that this is really taking up a lot of your life and you're not spending as much time enjoying your life and I'm hearing the word play. Find some more time to play instead of worry, instead of reminisce on this, because it's almost like he's wanting you to see your life as from your spiritual understanding instead of from the human understanding, that you're here as a spirit to expand in consciousness and love. And this is going to be one of the tools that helps you expand in that. I think it's going to be harder for your family members to do this than you, because I think maybe they're a little bit more skeptical than you, is what I'm kind of picking up. But that is kind of the message that I'm getting. So I hope that is helpful, and I wish I had more time with you, but we have about 60 seconds left. And like I said, I would love to continue with this if you would like to dive in a little bit more. But I will be sending you guys lots of love and light as you work through this.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a good day.
All right. Thank you, and you too.
Thank you. Thank you all for tuning in. And again, like I said, you can reach out also if you would like to set up one of those readings with me individually, mediumship or psychic. And I wish you all the best week. Thank you.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-10 888-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Medicine for Your Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everybody. Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Lovely to see you all and be here and be of service to you all. Medicine for Your Spirit. This is the big thing. We're stepping more and more into it as we awaken more, as we unplug from the old operating system and get ready to plug into the new one. So I'll give you a little analogy around what I mean by that. So if you know, when you get up in the morning, you go into the kitchen and you plug in your electric jug or, you know, kettle or your coffee maker, whatever it is, you plug it in and you turn it on. Oops, it's not working. Oh, I wonder what's going on. So most people would unplug from that power point and try another one to see if it's the device that's faulty or the power source. So once you unplug, you plug into another one, voila, it's working. And that's exactly what's happening to us right now, and we can feel it everywhere. We are unplugging from an old operating system that is not supportive for us anymore, and we're getting ready to plug into a new power source. So in this interim, as we're unplugging to plug in, we are in a little bit of a limbo land. So there's a sense of grief and sadness around because there's parts of ourselves that are not going to operate with a new system, the new power source. There are things going on in our nervous system because it's got to calibrate to the new energy. Our solar plexus is rearranging and reforming so it can operate with a different sense of power. So, and there's many, many other symptoms. If you want a little guidebook, I've got one and it's free. Just let me know and I'll send it to you. It's unplugging from the old operating system. So this is what's happening for all of us right now, and it's very accelerated over the last month or two. And I know in my funny little world that I'm in my own reality here, the number of people around me who are leaving jobs, leaving careers, leaving relationships, selling up to move, they are all doing this thing because they know that whatever they were doing before is not working anymore. And they want something different. And they don't know what it is, but they need the space for the new thing to drop in. So if you're in a really weird place at the moment, just understand that we are unplugging and we're getting ready to plug into a new one. So there is a lot of rearranging going on within all of us. So if you need support, please come and visit me at my website, rayleneburn.com, and I will help you with medicine for your own spirit. So I have a caller here. I think it was Carla.
Hi.
Yes? Hi. How are you?
How are you? I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. I've just got over a funny little viral bug thing, but I'm getting there. So how can I help, support, or be of service to you today?
I'm not sure. I'm just kind of looking forward to the next year, and feels like there's lots of good vibes with the full moon energy, and yeah.
So would you just like me to give you a little reading?
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to do, I like doing earth, air, fire, water. Earth is sort of where you're at now. The water is what could be released or healed. The fire is an action to take. And the air is the expansiveness that you're moving towards or what's moving towards you. So we're going to do Carla, who's in Canada. Carla, so we're calling upon the lineage of mystics and mysticism, healers and ancient healers to activate through these messages and cards. To give Carla a general overview for maybe the next 3 months. Let's work with that. Earth for Carla. First one coming up is about sacred union. So this is very much around the masculine and the feminine within yourself working together, bringing more harmony towards giving and receiving, doing and being, speaking and silence, the yin and the yang, bringing more balance to that. It could even relate to a relationship. It's about being independent, but still being able to support and share your life and your journeys and your careers. But I feel more when I'm looking at this for you, it's more to do with finding that harmony within yourself around the masculine and the feminine energies. So this is the water one, what needs to be, we've got here higher knowledge for you. This is a healing or a release around this. So this is about opening you up to your higher awareness. And it's funny because I started talking at the start of this show around the unplugging to plug into the new operating system. So this is about opening up even more. And opening up isn't about going up and opening. Opening up is going down within ourselves as deep as we can and sitting with ourselves because it's all there. Your medicine is there. It's already within you. So this is about being able to access higher knowledge. So whatever's in the way, whatever distractions are stopping you from having that space to drop into yourself, maybe you need to look at if they're being supportive for you or not, and maybe make a priority for yourself around being with yourself, even for 5 minutes a day, just to be with yourself and make that connection. The fire one here for you is about forgiveness. This is very interesting, this one. It's been up a lot recently. So forgiveness is that really beautiful experience of setting yourself free. So what I often say to people, if they're in a position, something's gone on, there's an issue or a person or a situation that, they just can't quite let go of, they can't quite release, and it triggers them all the time. What I like to suggest is when you have a moment, quiet moment to yourself, you just close your eyes and you visualize that person, that issue, that event, situation in front of you. And from your heart, you say to that thing, thank you for giving me this experience. I set me free. I set you free. And you see it move a little bit further away. And it's a really beautiful way of taking charge of how you're feeling and how sometimes our mind runs away with us and creates all these scenarios. You just can't keep putting that energy a little bit further away. And whenever you get triggered by something or the same situation or event, do the same thing. It only takes a moment or two. And you see that energy get further and further away, and then one day it's just not bothering you. So when I look at this for you, and the thing that's showing up for me, I don't know if you can see this, is the crown. And it's like, reclaim your crown, reclaim your own authority. You've got to set yourself free of some of the nonsense or the chaos that's been going on in your head or with something or something around you. So thank them in your own heart. You don't have to say it to them face to face. And set yourself free, set them free. And the last one is the expansiveness, love. Beautiful. Look at this one. It's spacious. Now, I'm going to be honest, I have a problem with the word love. And I know that sounds very unspiritual. But the reason being is because most of us, we all have different experiences, lived experiences of love. And so when someone says just love, there's a whole lot of different stuff we have to go through to try and understand what they're saying. So I like to use the word purity, pure consciousness, pure light, pure intelligence, pure spirit instead of love, because that sort of takes it to that level of, it's a bit easier to handle. So what you're expanding towards is more, I'm going to use the word love here because that's what's on the card, pure love for yourself, your surrounds and life. And I do feel, like you said, 2024 for you is going to be quite an expansive year. And I do feel you've got to clear up a few things, tie up some loose ends between now and the end of this year. It's that whole sense of 2023, done and dusted. Let's finish it. Let's complete it. So I'm just getting that feeling that there's just a couple of things to tidy up, and then you open up into 2024 in such a open-hearted, spacious mindset where lots more interaction from your higher self or your higher knowledge can start to flow through and you get moments of inspiration and innovation. That's what it looks like from those cards. I hope that makes sense to you.
Oh, it makes so much sense. Thank you. That was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful and spot on. Absolutely spot on.
So now you know what to do.
Well, you know, it's funny because I have all this stuff in my basement I need to organize, and it's been driving me mad because I don't want to put the money into the shelving and things like that. And I was just saying to my girlfriend, I think this is what I need to focus on instead of doing the big Christmas dinner and having all the company, is just locking myself in the basement and getting that organized, because it just weighs on me. And it sounds like a really dumb thing, but...
No, I get it. And I'll give you a really good clue on how to do that, because often when you have a big job, it's really, really overwhelming. And it's like, oh, where do I start? You get distracted and you do a bit here, do a bit there. How I like to do it, this is a very mental way of doing it. I set the timer on my phone for 20 minutes and I pick one part of a room that I want to do. And I do 20 minutes there, and I'm quite ruthless. And then when the alarm goes off, I walk away. I completely leave it. I don't think about it again. The next day I go and do another 20 minutes. And the next day I go and do another 20 minutes. It's amazing how quickly you can get things done on a limited time frame, because you don't have time to muck around and go, will I or won't I? It's just like, nah, not resonating, not resonating, not resonating. And you just start to clear things up very, very quickly. So, you know, if you've got a lot to do, try and break it down into chunks, because you'll be way more successful than trying to do the whole thing at once. You'll just get, it's overwhelming. Okay?
Power in just taking that 20 minutes. Absolutely. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Lovely to chat with you. Glad I could be of some support. Enjoy 2024. So, pardon me, everyone. As I said, I'm getting over this viral thing. Thank you all for listening to me. Take care of yourself, unplugging as you're getting ready to plug into the new thing. Take this next month to really tidy up your loose ends. And I'll look forward to seeing you next week. Medicine for your spirit. Please come and visit me. And if you have any questions, let me know.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. And welcome back. We've had 7 brilliant days. We're going to look ahead to the next week or so until my next show. And you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. You can find my social media page there. You can find my podcasts. I have about 33 episodes out of previous readings. People have recorded my readings for 35 years and they come back with their original recordings. And you get to hear all the crazy stuff I predicted and from their own mouths. And so it's kind of fun and a reality check for me. I always enjoy it though. And but let's get started. We're going to start at the top now. I read a lot of different things. And if you came to see me in my studio, my beautiful studio, I read palms and cards and tea leaves. I do psychic and medium work together. I love astrology. I think astrology is probably the most predictive if I delve into your natal chart and we start looking around there. But we're going to do something a bit different today. So I'm going to start something fun and light. And we're going to start, I'm going to talk about a quick messages for each of the signs over the next week until my next show. And so I have a beautiful little oracle book I love to read from. And we're going to start with our friend Aries. And so we're going to bring those Aries to mind and the message we're going to get for Aries. And so the first message is your ancestors are watching over you. They're hearing your prayers. They're hearing you pray hard. And anytime we call our ancestors is because we're feeling a bit alone and maybe we're feeling we need that reassurance and know you are loved and know you're not alone, Aries. You're the first sign of the zodiac. You're springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere. And you might have to be that pioneer and strike out on your own, march to your own drum, pull out your own way of doing things, and don't be shy in that, okay? Okay, it's going to be that kind of week for you. And then we got Tauruses. Hello, Tauruses. And so you guys have been hammered down by Uranus lately, he hasn't been much fun. Jupiter's been kind of revving him up and getting him all excited. And he's been pulling a whole bunch of surprises on you, little Tauruses. And so the message for Taurus, imposter syndrome is kind of universal. Don't stress out about it. And so don't stress out about it. And there's our beautiful oracle book we're reading from today. And so Taurus says, you might be put in uncomfortable situations this next week in terms of your work, in public moments, communicative moments, social media, presenting kind of moments, teaching moments, where you're like, I can't believe I'm in this job. I can't believe this is going on for me. I can't believe that and that you're not an imposter and you do believe you do need to be there. You do need to, and to settle into that you do have value in this because Uranus and Jupiter have challenged your value. But this week, I feel like accept the good. You're not an imposter. Accept that you're doing good. Accept that those things are going well. Don't reject them. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to get to our little Geminis. Now, Geminis, boy, it's like maybe you're being called out. Maybe you're having to be responsible for a bunch of stuff that you weren't really counting on. So there's some of that going on for little Geminis. And the message we got is you're stronger than you realize, Gemini. Anytime I'm told I'm stronger than I realize, it's because I need to be. And so I feel like you might have to really own up to your dark side, own up to maybe what you really want, maybe actually express the authentic self. You might have been having some issues doing that. So just keep that in mind, my little Geminis, that this week you might be called to the red carpet to say what you want and be true about it. Don't just try to please someone with it, okay? Okay, my little Cancerians. Oh, crab. You know, your house of partnership has Pluto in it, and Pluto is just met up with Mercury, and Mercury's going retrograde. Okay, what does that all mean, B? My eyes are glazing over with planets. Well, going over old conversations in your house of partnerships, commitments, and that can be business partnerships, that could be old partnerships, ones that have been in the background that are coming forward again. And it's bringing to the table, you have to really look at your partnerships. You have to really look at your commitments, Cancerian, what's going on for you there, because there's power struggles. Power struggles. All right. Don't be fooled. This isn't where it ends. Ooh, Cancerian, that's a deep message. Sounds like you're just floating in the journey and that things aren't where they end. So if things come up that seem all that Pluto, Mercury retrograde energy coming at you and having to go over old power struggles, old conversations, believe me, it's not where it ends because it's going to go forward yet. And you'll go over those same degrees in about 6 weeks anyway. All right. So don't fret. You'll get a second stage there. It's just a rehearsal, let's call it. Okay. And then we've got Leos. We've got from Cancer, we've got Leos. Now, Leos have been feeling these eclipses pretty hard, but all our fixed signs have been feeling this energy pretty hard. Scorpios, Tauruses, Leos, and Aquarians. But Leos, let's see, my little kitty cats, what that message is for you right now. You've got in Aquarius, so you've got all this energy headed towards Aquarius in the next little bit. So it's going to be about decisions you're having to make on direction, financial commitments, decisions, commitments. And the message for you is, can you see yourself through their eyes? Can you see yourself through their eyes? Maybe having to negotiate, having to compromise, having to look at another perspective, having to see something through their eyes. It can come through partnerships, work partners, people you work with, right around you. Even maybe your partner's having trouble really connecting to their work, where they're at. And can you see it through their eyes? It'll do that. Empathy will serve you eons of good karma this week. Okay, Leo, remember that. Virgo. Well, in your house of partnership, you've got you've got Pisces, and in Pisces, we've got Neptune that has stationed, same with Saturn, and gone direct, a very slow moving molasses-like energy. And I feel like you might be just very focused on work, very focused on the practicalities of things, very focused on trying to get just the practicalities done, because now I think things might be clearing up for you guys now till February in terms of what does your partner want? What does your partnership look like? What is that going on there? So, and if you want the truth, simply strip away every illusion. And this is for my Virgos, and that illusion is governed by Neptune, who's finally direct. So you're going to be able to peel away all the BS and really finally see and make decisions about moving forward there. So if it's felt slow like molasses, maybe that was a good thing. Okay. All right. Then we got Libra. Man, you guys are feeling those eclipses. That Libra, Aries eclipses. Peace and war. Peace and war. Everywhere you go, small things turn into big things, and you're like, I just want to keep the peace. Poor Libras. Okay, let's see what the message is for Libra this week, this next 7 days. Oh, better late than never, sweetie. Okay, well, you guys are notoriously indecisive, and I feel like maybe you're finally going to get to that decision point this week, finally get to that place where, hey, better late than never. And I feel like that's important. And I feel like there could even be an old love sitting on your mind, someone that's been kind of sitting there. Maybe you're actually manifesting them. Maybe there's some weird communication that's going to come out of the blue from someone that maybe you've had a crush on. Maybe they're an ex. Maybe you're not supposed to be thinking about them, but boom, there they are. So that's some exciting stuff for Libras. Scorpio, oh man, you guys have had lots of action. It was just your birthdays. And you've had lots of, and right now, Venus in your sign. So you guys are smelling good, looking good, dressing good. Maybe you're a favorite. Maybe I don't know, maybe you're just the target. We'll see. We'll see what that's about, because Venus can be, everybody thinks she's the goddess of love, but man, in mythology, she was also the goddess who could be war. Like sometimes she's represented by Diana, and she could be like the goddess of war. So don't make Venus mad. Okay, let's take a look. All right. Don't gild the lily. Don't gild the lily. All right, Scorpio. So if someone's reaching out to you and you're like, oh, why are they talking to me? Or you got all these trust issues coming from the past, be really mindful about that, Scorpios, because I feel like you could throw away a good thing by maybe some of your Scorpio-ness trust stuff. So, I mean, don't be falling phone scams or nothing, but I feel like also, give people a minute to explain themselves. Just give them a minute. Give them a minute to explain themselves. And I feel like that could turn out better than you actually thought. Or maybe release some control to the outcome, and you might be pleasantly surprised by the conversations that happen. Okay? All right, Scorpio, Sagittarians. Oh, my little Sagittarians, boy, you guys are bucking for your freedom, huh? You got all this beautiful energy in your sign, but you got Mercury retrograde coming. So you might be going over old financial issues, maybe trying to get finances sorted out, get your money sorted out, but maybe an old issue from earlier this year comes up to be closed out by the end of the year. So that's going to be real important around you. Okay, Sag, what's the message for Sag? Let go of your questions. Embrace not knowing. Ooh, that sounds Sagittarian to me. Hey, it's the journey, not the destination. And so maybe now's the time just to close things out. Don't start opening up and questioning a bunch of stuff. Sometimes it's okay not to know the full answer. Just being in a state of curiosity is sometimes okay for Sagittarians as well. And it's particularly delightful if it's in a new relationship. Okay. And then we've got Capricorn. Wow, you got Pluto, you got Mercury retrograde. I don't know, Caps. I feel like your words carry weight. Be careful where you're using them. Be careful how you're using them. It's not that serious, honey. Relax. Well, yeah, maybe they're carrying some weight. Maybe every issue feels kind of serious or pressing, and that's that Pluto, sort of 29 degrees of Pluto pressing on you. And I just feel like with Mercury, lots of communications. The sun's headed to your side pretty soon, so you got more amplified energy there as well. And so carry a light stick. Take a moment before you reply. Might do you a world of good this next week. Aquarians, my quirky little Aquarians. We got messages for Aquarians. Aquarians are going to feel this energy coming in very beginning of the new year. You got Pluto, you'll have the sun, you'll have Mercury kind of dumping into your sign into the end of January. And boy, I got to tell you, that's energy like you've never seen it, Aquarians. And I got a feeling it's going to breathe some life into your social life and love life. Cleanse yourself. I love this. Cleanse yourself and your space in preparation for the new year. Between now and the end of this year, this next week, cleanse your place, cleanse your house. I feel like you got new love energy or new energy coming into your love life, which feels like maybe you're going to need your boudoir. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, sounds like you clean out some drawers. Okay. Sounds like fun, Aquarian. Then we're back to Pisces, the 12th sign. Finally, we get to Pisces. And I'm not leaving you the finally, but man, you guys have two very slow moving station planets. Water is the issue. Now, since we've got Neptune finally going direct, we have an atmospheric river about to downpour itself on Western Canada. And get used to those for the next little while, because I feel like water issues are going to be kind of a big theme with this transit over the next 5 months. Okay, folks? Okay, message for Pisces. Don't stay so long exploring your inner world that you're trapped there. Well, Pisces tend to go inward. And I just feel like this might be the time where you do need to get out before Christmas. You can hunker down before your birthday, but maybe Christmas or up to the end of December is going to be pulling you out this next week, going to parties, getting all dressed up, get dolled up, head out. Okay, folks? Because I feel like there's some fun there for you. Now, you can cross-watch that whole piece we just did if you have a sun, moon, or ascendant in either of those. Take all three of those messages because they'll even apply further. Okay. Again, you can find me, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Now, I have a caller because we're going to get into some readings. And I have to take a look. Put on my glasses. Courtney. Okay, we've got Courtney. Hello, Courtney.
Hi, how are you?
I'm super duper. And so where would you like me to focus, Courtney? What can I help you with today?
Well, there was this guy that I was seeing and wasn't really seeing him. We were just like hanging out, having fun, and he was involved with somebody else, but she was away, incarcerated, and had been for a long time. And things like weren't supposed to go where they went with us, but it did. And then whenever she was released, he kind of went back to her. But like in the time that we spent together, like we most definitely developed feelings for each other. And I've been getting like all these signs to like not give up on him, not to let it go, but then I feel kind of silly for not. So I was just wanting some clarity on that situation.
Oh yeah, let's go for it. Okay, real quick, what's the day and month of his birthday?
It is January 4th.
Oh, it's a Capricorn. And what's the day and month of your birthday?
June 10th.
Gemini. Okay. Okay, so I feel like your Capricorn still has ongoing power struggles with his ex, and he's trying to protect you from them. And I feel like the Capricorn has sincere feelings, but he has his own power struggles to go over for the next 5 or 6 months. I feel like he was sincere in his feelings for you. I feel like you were kind of a breath of fresh air for him, somebody that saw him, or he could be himself with, or maybe he discovered different parts of himself. He feels very obligated to this woman, and know that.
Yes,
and so any actions he takes is out of guilt. And so he's feeling guilty, maybe guilty for where she's at, guilty. And she knows that. Don't underestimate that. She knows that. She knows the dynamic of this relationship, but it's a bit codependent for them because they kind of need each other in some weird way. And he feels weird and guilty about it. And he's trying to balance you and him right now, like you and him and you and her. And sometimes he gets really freaked out by maybe his feelings for you. Maybe he gets kind of freaked out about how deep things get with you. And he's like, oh, no, I can't. Because I keep hearing him in his head going, I can't let it get to this. I can't, like he's really restricted. Because I don't know that. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't see I feel like she's kind of a fixture,
Yeah.
And that he's not really strong enough right now to really be definitive with her, especially now that she's been released. Because he's got some sort of excuses around, well, I don't want this to happen, or I don't want that to happen. And so he's really trying to manage something that, frankly, I think is out of his control. Okay, Courtney? And so just know that.
Okay.
Okay. And so I want you to put your own boundaries in place that make sure you protect your own heart, because I don't want you getting pulled out because someone's asking you for money and you're going to say no. And it's a hard no. Okay? Okay. I'm going to let you go, my friend.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
With love. We have got Pamela in Florida. Pamela, hello.
Hello. Hello, Bernie.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm so good. I'm happy we connected. Now, we have a few minutes, so where would you like me to focus?
On finances and my spirituality, where I'm at spiritually.
Okay. I love you connected wealth and spirituality, and this is why. Because I want you, it's like your health is your wealth. Well, your spirituality is your wealth. Money, I'm not talking money. I'm talking about that life force, that energy. So we're going to talk about that. What's the day and month of your birthday?
July 1st.
Ooh,
I'm a Cancer.
Little Cancerian. Wow. Let's explore that just for a quick second. So my little crab, you right now, you have a whole bunch of stuff going on in your house of commitments. I'm going to tell you, people might let you down. Job situations, scenarios you thought might have been one way, I feel like could let you down a bit. Like you might have put effort in, you might have been trying to put effort in there, and it just feels like it's not. And you're going to have a bit of a turnaround. I feel like it could come through like classes or like a training, and that you wind up, when you talk about your spirituality, I feel like anything in energy movement, like anything you can do with massage therapy, Reiki, touch, theta healing, moving energy, that you would have a very physical presence with your spirituality, your energy, that maybe you would even be able to read someone's, heart, or you could read someone's physical energy and help them move it. So I feel like there's a lot of sort of grounding force for you in that you might have things opened up in strange opportunities, because my little crab, you would be someone who would wind up being able to work your way up in it. Like you come with physical learning. So everything you do, you'll physically kind of learn it. And then you become it. Just like a little crab can change homes, it can change its shell. I feel like you can change careers. And you go into it with a sense of, I already have these kinds of natural skills and talents. You're a natural. See, if I looked at 7/1, July 1st, together is 8. 8 in tarot is strength. That's your karma. And strength is this golden-haired woman who tames lions. And so you have the ability to soothe the savage beast in people, to bring peace, to bring calm them, and you calm them through helping them logically organize their lives. And you're good at helping, rest assured, create security. People feel secure for some reason around your energy because you're good at helping manage logistics, helping manage things so they happen. And you're going to use those skills. When I think of your spirituality and your finances, is that maybe you can help people find their pathways, manage their lives better, manage like coaching, mentoring, guiding, training, human resources, helping them manage themselves. There's something really good for you around that. And in terms of your finance, and this is even over the next 3 or 4 months, these opportunities seem to pop up. And now if I talked about finances, there's something really important around making commitments to consolidating loans, equity, savings. Like, it's about discipline and getting really planned out with your money. It's almost because you're going to make that money last longer by being very specific about how you manage it. And then I feel like you're going to be able to start to step more from work to that spiritual part. Like, I feel like one is actually tied to the other in a big way, because Cancerians are stepping into a new world. The last 20 years you've had, and especially the last 4, almost 5 years, you've had 7 celestial bodies the last 5 years opposing you. So everything you would have, even with good intent, tried to put in place would have been hard. Like, everything would have been ample work around it. But because you're a little crab, you're really good at managing some of these details. But you guys are a little bit depleted, and you need some new inspiration, some new juju, some new, because maybe you're bored managing, maybe you're bored of the same, or maybe you're like, I need a change. And crabs don't take this lightly. And I feel like your birthday coming up is going to be very key, because it's the first birthday you've had in 20 years without Pluto smack dab opposing you. And Pluto and those power struggles. So it's going to be like you have open reign, or things become much easier to step out independently, step out on your own, step out around your work in some way. And it could even be launching from where you are. But right now is the planning stage. So it feels like it's a bit grindy, like you would have to put in all the details, or you'd have to put in all the work. But I do think if you do that, you've got some more independence with your work. Projects you're working on are really taking off and blooming. I feel like you've also got some good women around you. There's a woman right around you who seems to be a good friend. She's a good, she's going to be very integral, maybe to some of your plans. Maybe she's taking you on your spiritual journey as well. But I feel like you have this woman that shows up around you, kind of opposite of you. Like she could maybe be an energy that could pull you out of your comfort zone a little bit, but she seems to show up, and you're really happy with this person who's, when you talk about your spirituality, your work, where it's going, you have a very strong woman who's helpful to you there. I think you're going to be able to work independently from near your home where you live, and work independently, and your money is coming through all of these efforts you're putting into, I feel like endeavors. I keep adding an S to it. Like there could be more than one, or one source of work. I don't know if that made sense. That sounds kind of crazy, but
okay.
But your work looking good. Building that looks good. There's something about some travel coming up for you very shortly as well. You have things that could be a day trip, and then some plane tickets within 5 months. Like you might have a driving trip, a day trip from wherever you live. And then there could be something that could take you to like Nashville or another state in the Eastern Seaboard, more north from where you are. And that seems to be coming up even in the next 5 months. It could be like May, something that would bring you more north, which looks good. No one's crying about that. I feel like that feels very positive. I feel like if I were going to give you one cautionary thing, I do keep getting the sense that you're going to leave one career completely or one job completely to go into the other. And I got to say that I feel like it's a big identity change for you. And I feel like the process has already just kind of started. And in 2 years from now, your birthday in 2025, you're fully in this new direction. But I feel like maybe you'll end one career idea, like a past idea, work thing that you're just like, nope. And then you're going into something that I feel like really good for you, really authentic to you. And then the final piece is your home. There's something about some changes with your home, working on your home. That could be renovations, and there's something really amping up over this next 10 months to a year around your house that feels very positive. But it's the physical environment of your house changing.
Wow.
Feels good.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds awesome.
Well, thank you, my girl. Thank you for picking me as your psychic, and we'll chat again one day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, my beautiful friend. Well, and thank you to everybody for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. I'll be back again next week, and we're definitely going to talk. I'm going to introduce you to different readings every week, and you can tune in and enjoy some of that. If you like my style of reading, you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I have podcasts there. I'm here every Tuesday for Psychic Tuesday. And if you want to book an appointment with me, you can also do it through my website at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. And we'll talk to you in 7 days.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. Hope you've all had an amazing week. We are now looking at this next week with the astrology. I feel like this week is going to be a bit more of a positive, relaxing week, or the energy of this week is going to be, I feel like, a little bit better. We've got Mars. There is an aspect with Mars and Jupiter here, which I feel like is going to be, I feel like it's sort of trying to connect things together. It is a bit of a puff of an ego, or feeling a little bit more confident in ourselves too. And I also feel like it's helping to be more motivated into where we feel like more stabilized into where we're going in. We're all moving into the next year. So I feel like we're all getting ready for the next year ahead. Plus, we've got on the 2nd, we do have Mercury, which is going to be moving into Capricorn. So Capricorn is all about, I feel like it is going to be about thinking things through, law and order, what's right, what's wrong. It's about thinking, I guess, of sort of business again, because Capricorn sort of it's like a business sign. They're good with business. They're always following rules, and it's sort of financial institutions as well. So we might be more thinking about those sort of things coming up. And we've got 2 weeks before the Mercury retrograde as well. And then we've got on the 6th, we're going to have Neptune moving direct. We've also got a square with Venus and Pluto. And I feel that might be a little bit intense with that aspect. It could be like if relationships that sort of end during this square, it could be ones that are a bit turbulent anyway. And then we've got on the 5th of the 12th, we do have Venus moving into Scorpio. So we might be thinking of how to spice things up, but also looking at sort of experiencing different things. I feel like we're looking in places that are a bit different for love as well. And I feel like we're trying to feel more in tune as well, coming up with that. And then we've also got here, there's a sextile with Mercury and Saturn. And with that, I feel like that's going to be about thinking things through and talking your way out of issues. It's going to be very good. The two planets will work together to help you sort of smooth over issues that are going to come up here. When I came up for what's happening the week ahead, I was getting things like I could sort of feel like it is a sneaky aspect, and that could be the Venus moving into Scorpio, or kind of like walking on eggshells too. But then there's a benefit here of like two sides, like positive outcomes for two sides, because you'll have that positive sextile between Mercury and Saturn of thinking things through. I feel like it's going to be about direct communication, like face-to-face direct communication, saying clearly what you want, and that is the Mercury moving into Capricorn. And I feel like it is about time to sort of get moving, getting things completed, especially before the retrograde is coming up here in a couple of weeks' time. I feel like this week is as well about letting go of issues that I've been holding on too tightly. It's about letting it go. And I feel like this week is a good week to sort of be near the beach or water. If you're on my side of the world, we're coming into summer. It's our first day of summer. So we know it is perfect time for us to be near water. I did feel like this week was also bringing up energy of caring for others in need. And I feel like there could be also a sense of not wanting to rock the boat as well, not wanting to mess things up, and just wanting things to sort of move more smoothly. And I feel like there is an issue about trust coming up here, or knowing trust in others. So I feel like we are around people who we can trust, and we're putting our trust in this week. And I just feel like this week is all about staying on track. for things, and I do feel quite positive that things are going to go well this week, generally speaking. So when we look at the caller that's coming up here, so we got Jackie, who's in Virginia. So hi, Jackie, how are you today?
Hi, I'm great.
Okay, how can I help you today?
I don't know. I just saw it was a free reading. I had a great group. I was like, let me try it.
Okay, so just a general reading?
Sure.
Okay, let's see what's coming out for you. What's coming out for you? Okay. I do feel like I can just see you driving, and you're really concentrating on driving, and I just feel like it's a good thing. And does it snow where you are?
Not yet.
Not yet, but does snow coming up like near Christmas? Because I can see you like driving in snow, like snowy where there's snow. Yeah, I just feel like you need to take some care out when driving, especially when the icy weather there. Because I am seeing you drive around snow, so I just feel like that. Just take care around that time. I also feel like with you, it's coming up. I kind of feel a bit indecisive. I want there to be like an ending, or want something to come up, but at the same time, I'm just feeling like there's a question mark. So I just feel like there's an indecisive there. I'm feeling a bit indecisive. I also feel like with you, it's we're wanting people to come together, but I also feel like there's some energy here of feeling like a little bit let down as well. That's coming up. But also you are being supported by spirit too as well. I have got I feel like I do have a female with around me who is kind of very hot, because I am feeling very hot. So I do feel like there's a female around me who's very, very hot. I do feel like that. I kind of feel Southern Belle. Is that in the South? Is where you are? Are you located to the South? Is that Virginia in the South of America?
Um, uh, Shoot, I don't even know what they call it.
Okay.
So I'm new here, Virginia.
Oh, okay. My geography skills isn't the best, especially when it comes to other countries. I just know I know where I am in this country. I kind of feel like, because I feel like there's she's like a Southern belle, like a Southern charm, this lady that she has, and I do feel like that she's not afraid to hold back. So I do feel like she would stand up and hold back. I do feel like she's on your mum's side of the family, and I feel like she does things like, I do feel like a housewife. Like I feel like housework is done like impeccable. I am seeing her I am seeing cooking with her, taking things out of an oven. And I feel like she wants, like Christmas time, she's making a big feast for people too, and there's like everything on the table. It's be like the turkey, um, to like the mashed potatoes, or like the what do you call it, pasta, the cheese sauce, macaroni cheese, as well with her, because she's showing me that, and it's like her work is never done, because she has a full list of things too. And I also feel like around her house there's a lot of ornaments that's coming up around her too, and I feel like she's very proud. I do feel like she's a bit religious as well, um, too. She's showing me sort of religious, and I do feel like that she should go to a church. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
I think so. The macaroni cheese, my grandmother, and she used to go to a church.
Okay. Well, cool. And she's like very religious.
She was.
Because I feel like she's wearing a cross on her, showing me a cross around her neck with her too. And I just feel like she has a feeling of always wanting to stand up, whether it be for you or someone else, like always want to stand up. I just feel like there's a southern, like she like a southern charm about her, some sort of charm about her. But it's like her work is never done, but she's like hot, because she keeps on having a fan. She's fanning herself, and even like I'm feeling very hot with her. And I feel like she's.
My grandmother was from the South, so that's funny.
Oh, okay, because I can feel like Southern Charm, um, Southern Charm, and I just feel like she's very independent, as well. So I feel like when it's time for having someone to maybe look after her or give her some care, she'd much rather look after herself, even though she does need support or help, or she did need support or help. Because I feel like she feels like she can do things on her own as well. I am drawn to a house that it's like a weatherboard house. It's not brick. It's like we call it weatherboard over here. It's kind of like cladding. So I am drawn to a house, and it does have. I am feeling like a veranda too on it. Let's see if I can get a message for you from her. Any messages? She just wants you to be like her, but I have a feeling you're a little bit different to her. I feel like in the kitchen you might not be as talented or as not as. I feel like this lady like to think that she's a very good cook. Um, too, but it's like you have a big list of stuff that you need to get done before like the 25th of December, and it's like she wants you to get cracking to get the list done, because otherwise it's never going to get completed. It's like you've been like holding back. I don't know if this is about money or finances, but she's showing me sort of holding back, but you have a whole list of things that need to get done, especially before the snow starts falling around you. And she's also knitting jumpers, like Christmas jumpers too. So if you guys are all wearing Christmas jumpers, or you like wearing Christmas jumpers, because she's showing me Christmas jumpers around like with you as well. But she's also showing me she's very talented with her hands too. She's showing me that too with her. But yeah, she's just saying thank you. So I hope that kind of resonates with you.
Yeah. My grandmother was a Southern Belle. She loved Christmas.
Yeah, I could see that with her. So thank you for calling up today, and thank you. It's okay. Okay, so everybody, I feel like I said before, I feel like this week is going to be pretty much easy. Energy of this week, I feel like, is a bit more easygoing, which it's been a change because it has been quite intense this past week that's come up. If you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic, the same as my TikTok, and my YouTube channel is Lady D. If you can't find it underneath that, just Google Danielle Psychic and you should find my channel that way. And I will do lives and stuff when I post regular videos on there as well. So thank you all, and I will see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I hope you are having an amazing day, an amazing week or night, or whenever you happen to be listening. So for today's chat, let's go ahead and talk about having energetic boundaries, just so that we can be mindful that we are not absorbing other people's stuff. A lot of empaths do that, but practicing these boundaries and protecting your energy or not absorbing other people's stuff, it's not only healthy for ourselves, it's actually really supportive for having healthy relationships. And there's a sense of needing to not go back into old patterns. I believe that Mercury retrograde is coming soon. I haven't checked the dates, but I think it's upon us. But that is always a good time to remember, go ahead and reflect, solidify, integrate those lessons, those healthier ways or healthier patterns of being that we have been working on. So if you have opportunities presented to you to get drawn back into stuff, old stuff, maybe drama, whatever, what have you, where you would be taking on other people's burdens in some way or another, then really try and just kind of observe it and see it for what it is. And then kind of like release it and not take it on. And, it's good to check in with our energy. So once or twice a day. Okay, and with that, let's go ahead and take a caller. Fatima, am I saying that right?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Hello. So how are you?
Not too bad.
Okay, what would you like to talk about today?
Kind of how my health is feeling right now. I just had a baby. I'm just feeling really drained. And
okay.
Anything you're picking up that would kind of help for that, or energy wise?
Sure. Let me see. First of all, let me just sit in the silence just for a quick minute and see if I can pick anything up as far as that goes. Okay, so the first thing I am feeling is for you to listen to, and obviously I do want to state, I'm not a doctor or, licensed medical professional, but as far as intuitively, some things I'm picking up, first of all, is I'm actually, the guides are actually talking about, sorry, my brain just went blah, but music, that listening to the Hertz music. Are you familiar with that?
No, I've been listening to different things on YouTube, but is there any specific one, or you're just saying heart opening?
Yeah, those Hertz. I forget that they have different numbers, like Hertz, like HRT or HTZ or something like that music. They are bringing that up, and there's millions of different ones on YouTube. And somehow or other, this is just going to be really, really calming for your nervous system. And I really feel, I feel like that's kind of where the issue is
is having having your nervous system being regulated more, a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm picking up some things that also like bringing in the color red in your environment, possibly wearing red, even eating red, like foods, fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
So since they're bringing up the color red, that definitely makes me think of the root chakra.
Yeah.
So like do some root chakra balancing meditations. So you can feel grounded. So you can really feel in your body. Being connected to your body right now is coming up. Like being energetically connected again, like I just said, with your body and like grounding that in, feeling connected to the earth. There's something with that that's just really coming in strongly right now as well. If you're able to get outside, that's always a good thing, getting some fresh air. If you're able to go on walks.
My boyfriend's been saying that.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, definitely red crystals. What are some red crystals? Like red jasper. What else? Off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm wearing carnelian right now, and that's an orange crystal, but that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good one for energy.
Okay.
They say carnelian is like almost like the caffeine of crystals. So there's that.
I have some orange.
Yeah. But then I'm also picking up some like certain juices for you. Actually, aloe vera is coming in. If you're able to, like, you always definitely need to check with your doctor and stuff, anything that's suggested, especially with breastfeeding and stuff, is if you are. But, something about aloe vera is coming up. I know that people can buy the juice, and there's different ones you can buy. Some of them taste terrible, but some of them don't have that bitter taste to them. I don't know if, like there's certain brands at the health food store that, like Lakewood or something like that, they don't have a bitter taste, and you can actually put them in juice, and you can't even hardly taste it, maybe a little bit, but that's coming through as well. So was there any other parts to this question that you needed answered?
No, and then whatever else you feel would be like good for me at this time.
Okay. Yeah.
Energy wise, or like a vibration.
Yeah. Let me see. Having supportive relationships is really important for you at this time when you're, having a baby and everything like that. Practicing gratitude. I know that sounds really basic, but just being, almost like there's this message of being open, saying open to receive. I'm like doing affirmations, like I am so grateful that beautiful and amazing things are always coming into my life, or I'm open to receiving all the good that the universe has for me. And that just kind of like brightens up your energy. It brightens up your emotional state. And that in and of itself is really good for healing. It's really good for, how they say when people have illnesses and if they have a positive attitude, they come through it a lot easier, even though we're not really talking about an illness, but we're still talking about physicality. And so the guides are bringing up practicing these positive affirmations pretty regularly, daily if you can, and that just kind of helps align you physically, mentally, and emotionally, and helps you feel good. And yeah, that is something for sure. Okay, and watching funny movies or funny shows, like humor, they're saying.
Yeah.
Let's see. But breathing exercises just to keep yourself in that beautiful, lovely, peaceful state that, is so healthy and so good for all of us and for new mothers. So pranayama, that's something you can look up. Those are breathing exercises. That's just another way of regulating your nervous system. So there's different ones. The one I love, I do regularly. Like I put you close one nostril and you inhale in the other one, and then you do that on each side, and you exhale first before you close the other nostril and breathe into that one. It's one of the pranayama breathing exercises that is extremely healthy, and it's really everybody should kind of think about doing pranayama exercises every day.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so let me see. And that is about all I'm getting right now. Just going through the process that you're going through, writing these things down that you're going through in a journal, and keeping a journal at this time is a really lovely thing that they are bringing up to do as well. And with that, though, that is going to do it for me today. So I hope this helps. And thank you so much for calling.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Thank you for joining me. You can always look in my shop at stan.store/mediumandrea if you're interested in getting a reading, or you can always check me out on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and those are listed under Mind Body Nourish and Medium Andrea Bacon. And just remember to really take I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Mini Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. And I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I just literally hopped off a Zoom reading with this beautiful lady in Florida, and so I'm a little bit still trying to get my bearings. It's been a kind of crazy day. I don't know how you all kind of do your own little bit of self-love and self-care, but I love to go and I get my nails done, or lashes, or my hair, whatever it may be. And so I went and got my nails done. I have to show these off really quick on camera. So if you go and watch, I have to give them some serious due credit, because the guy, yes, there's a gentleman his shout out to Christopher at Wild Orchid Nails, where I go here in Riverton, Utah. And they're amazing. If you live in Utah, I promised him to. I'm like, I'll give you a shout out because I want you to see these nails. So kind of have to turn them. I'll show you on camera. Oh, if I can get, let's see. There you go, Steph. Okay. So I don't know if you can see on here. It might be a little blurry, but this little dude is like a 3D snowman. Where are you? There you go, Steph. Told you I'm trying to get my bearings. Anyway, this little dude's like jumps out. He's a little 3D nail guy. And then I got the nails done with this fun red and black plaid. And anyway, just a fun day. So it's been busy, but a good inner self-love day, taking care of myself, got my toes done. So I feel great. I feel great. So I hope you all take some time to do the same, because I'll tell you, whatever it is that you do to take care of yourself, just remember to do it often. Obviously, you don't have to spend tons of money to take care of yourself. You can go for a walk, you can read a book, you can take a nice hot Epsom salt bath. There's many things you can do. So please make sure you take time for yourself, because I'll tell you, when, especially with the holidays, coming, here in the U.S. and I'm sure other countries that are listening too. We've got Christmas and oh gosh, all the other religious. Please forgive me for not being able to name them all off, but Hanukkah. We've got all of these, and especially for myself for Christmas, we get a little overwhelmed with the holidays, and we forget what it's about. And then we also, in turn, we forget to take care of ourselves. So please make sure you do, because at the end of the day, if you are not healthy and you are going to crash, you're no good for anybody, right? So, all right. With that said, I'm like making my camera go all funky minute there. So, with that said, let's read, before we take our caller here, let's read the affirmation. And I did pull an affirmation for today. Last week, I think I pulled an oracle card, but so here's the beautiful affirmation for all of y'all across the wonderful fan of listeners on A1R and on Moonstruck TV. And I'm so sorry, I need to fix my, there it is. I'm having, my camera was going all funky. I love my producers. I love the people behind the scenes with A1R. They keep me honest. Okay, affirmation for everybody. I let go of the past. I trust in the future, and I accept the present moment. Oh my gosh, I've not read this one yet out of all my affirmation cards. I think this is beautiful. So I let go of the past. So very important. I trust in the future. So trusting, in your intuition of what is to come. And I accept the present moment. So really how I connect with that is really accepting, whatever is to come your way, whether that be, sorry, I'm fixing my dang camera. Sorry to my producer, but it's going to pop off my thing here. So thanks, Dave. Yes, accepting your future and your present is so important, because at the end of the day, there are some things that we can control and there are some things that we cannot. And so go with the flow, my friends, right? That's the Gemini in me, by the way. Okay, enough of the chit chat. How about we take our first caller? And I'm excited. This is Lydia, and Lydia's from Idaho, and Idaho is very close to my state here in Utah. So hi, Lydia. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm good. A lot of crazy energy with this full moon still. So I can't wait to see what comes of your reading tonight. Should be just as incredible as all my others. So how can I help you tonight, Hen?
I just wanted to get a general, just as a message out there for me.
A general reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sure. You got it, hun. Okay. So when I do general readings, it's really just wherever my guides take me, wherever my intuition takes me. So we could really focus on many aspects, whether it be, relationships or your health, finances, children, if you have them. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Okay.
Now, I always ask my callers, uh, if they connect with a certain number, and every day, especially on Wednesdays, it's like I feel like those that have passed away and my guides just know that Wednesday is my most intuitive day. So the number 33 came up today, and I get numbers a lot. Now, the 33 for me is going to be the age of 33, but this can also be the date of March 3rd. But ultimately, this can be a real close connection with the month of March or the third of a month. Now, with that said, do you connect with that number?
My mom passed away last year, March 27th, I think it was.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So mom passed in March. Okay, hon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me tell you a little what's very interesting. I know we're wanting to go general. Now, my strongest of my gifts is my mediumship. I've been doing the mediumship for about 27 years. And um, the gal I was meeting with over Zoom, that had a paid reading with me, we had a very beautiful, I call it an energy at the moment, a feminine energy, a very, it just very angelic, beautiful energy. And I couldn't pinpoint who it was for her. However, sometimes souls come in a little early because they get excited and they want to connect with their loved ones. They know that you're coming in and they know we're going to be connecting. So, are you open if I connect with mom? Any messages from her?
Yes, that would be nice.
Yeah. Okay, hon. Okay. And I say if this is her because right now it's just I get energy. It's just a feeling, and then they start to transition, and then they turn into their soul steps forward, and then all my gifts start to kick in. So we'll see where that heads here. But since you're okay with it, I will keep that open. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, my friend. So let me. I think I'm gonna pull just a couple cards really quick for you. Now, the way I do readings, I use cards as more of a guide or a tool, or a visual validation for the sitter to see, what my gifts are showing me. So, I just want to pull a couple here for you and see if there's anything that's connecting at the moment. Um, okay. All right, my friends. So, all right, I'm going to quiet my mind for just a moment. I think we might have mom coming in because the energy just got really different. So it'll be quiet, but I'm still here.
Okay.
So don't go in there. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay. If this is mom, I hope we'll get some more validations if this is her. She's showing me the number 6. Now that I just realized that 33, 3 and 3 is 6, could be also her way of tricking me. So do you connect with the number 6?
My birthday's in June.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Oh, I love it. Okay. I think we got mom coming in, hun. Okay. So which 3 and 3 being 6 would be connecting with why mom's like being a little tricky, which souls will do that sometimes. Okay. Are you a Gemini?
Cancer.
Okay, you're the other June.
Yeah.
I'm a Gemini, so I always
okay.
tease the Cancers.
Oh.
Okay. 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 Now, your mom, some things that I'm getting, just physical validations. Um, I no doubt this is mom. I can feel that maternal instinct kind of energy. So, um, now she's showing me issues with the lungs and with breathing. I almost feel like I have COPD or I have emphysema or pneumonia. Did she have issues at the lungs or heart?
With her heart, she actually died of it's called widower maker. It's a blood clot that traveled up to her main artery and killed her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think your mom just made my phone jump off of my thing here. Hang on one second. I know you can't see it. Hold on. Good thing you can't. Okay, I'll keep talking, but on camera, my phone just went flying off my thing. Okay, that was weird. That stuff happens with when energy gets this way. Okay, that was really crazy. Ooh, my poor producer. Sorry, Dave. I'm probably so off kilter now, but anyhow, okay, we'll keep moving forward. So, but yes, I do know all about the widowers. Yeah, I know exactly what that's about, my friend. So, because she did very much affect the heart, the lungs. I could feel, the pain in that area, if you will. So, okay, now, okay, I want to pick up. So obviously, her passing very sudden and unexpected, 100%, right? Because she makes me feel like she's almost showing me like she knew she had some heart problems, but did not realize that this was going to happen this fast.
Yeah, she had heart problems for a while. She was like 40s, 50s, and she was on medications and stuff for it. But this was really all of a sudden. I took her to the doctors. They said she had pneumonia, and that's what they diagnosed her with. And I took her to the hospital in the evening, and they said that they wanted to keep her overnight to watch her, and then within a few hours she was fine.
Gotcha. Okay, hon. And that's you just said pneumonia, and that was the feeling. When I pick up on even whether it was brought up, as a thought that maybe that's what she had, but and I do feel like she had some lung issues. Now, I have to show you because I know I'll have another caller possibly coming in depending on time here, but I pulled. I have these beautiful cards that are messages from heaven. This amazing, he's a medium, very well-renowned medium. His name's James Von Krog. And I thought, I'm going to pull the number 33. And I'm going to tell you, I'll take a picture of this. I will post that. You can go onto A1R. My gosh, it did it again. Boy, this has been a rough night. There goes my phone again. Maybe it's your mom. Just her energy is insane. I cannot keep my phone to stay on my thing. Oh, this is the joy of being live. Okay, so we just roll with. All right, my friend. Let me show. I'm going to show on camera the card that pulled with the number 33. If you can go back onto A1R, or you can go to YouTube and watch Moonstruck TV, you'll find the Medium show. This card says, and these are messages, very brief, but it says, "Tears cleanse the soul." And the card, I'm not kidding you, it's beautiful, but it has water droplets, and I'll show it on camera here, and it's shaped like a heart.
Oh.
It is incredible. It is incredible. So I want you to be able to see that. And if you get that chance to go on there, but I can't help but think about the fact that the card having the heart on it is your mom and connecting with the heart. Out of all of these cards, I don't think that there's very many cards with the heart on them. So just kind of keep that in mind as a beautiful message from mom. And can I ask, was your mom a very strong energy?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was very active, strong. Yes.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
On the go.
Oh, well, I'll tell you, I've done this show for over a year now, and I've never had my phone, um, because I use my phone to do live. But I've never had my phone pop off of my stand like this that many times. So, now I just heard a name like Doris or Dorothy, or I just heard a D name. Do you connect with that in any way? Whether they're here in the physical or have passed?
Not that I can think of. Oh.
Okay. Keep that name in mind, just because that came through very clearly. And this could be a grandmother or someone that has passed that mom's wanting to let you know she's with. But I can hear like Doris or Dorothy, the older, reminds me of the older names, generational names. But anyhow, yes, I'm going to tell you, I know I've got another caller, and I'm telling you, if anything you can take out of this beautiful reading of mom coming through, for one, for validating the month of March is her month of passing. Your birthday, your birthday month is the month of June. Her amazing, incredible, and even mischievous energy that's messing with my stuff, which it's hilarious. I'm like, all right, this will be like one of my bloopers that she will just. I can hear your mom laugh. I could seriously hear your mom laughing. So anyhow, but also I want to tell you, my friend, one thing I feel and why I think, without a doubt, I knew this had to be mom, is an overwhelming sense of really her just being at peace. She's a very angelic, beautiful energy. So it's refreshing. If that, that's kind of an interesting way of putting it, but I feel like she also is just validating that she's had so many beautiful lessons on the other side, and she's making up for what she couldn't do physical. Yeah. And I just heard her say, "Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, hun." I'll give you one quick message, and then I got to hop on with my other caller.
Okay.
But I do feel one thing that she said. And I love what I just heard. She said, "Tell my daughter that she's an even better mother than I was, and just stop questioning that." So
that was nice.
I feel like I can feel it. And I lost my mom 11 years ago, and she was my best friend. So,
yeah, that's like my mom. Yeah, it's really hard on me right now.
100%.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. And if you are up, and I know in Idaho you're on the same time as me, Mountain Time at about 7:45 on my Facebook page. It's called the Mini Medium. I give free readings for about 2 hours. So if you want to hop on, we might get more from mom and maybe continue this. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, my friend.
All right.
You're so welcome. All right, hon. Okay, have a good night.
You too.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. All right. We're just rolling along with this crazy night. All right. So I'm excited. I have Christy, and Christy's from Canada. Hi, Christy. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi there. Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's been a crazy night, so just be prepared. I've had I've had energy of souls causing phones to fly off the holders. So maybe we'll have that same reaction with you. So I love it though. That's the joy of being live on the radio. You just go with it and laugh because there's gonna be those nights. But all right, my friend, how can I help you tonight?
Well, I was just wondering if there was any guidance from my. Do I have to be specific about who's coming?
No. I always say no. I just say, and just, I mean, in a roundabout general way, but not too much information. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if there's any guidance from my loved ones that have passed on to help me through the next little while.
Okay, sure. Okay. All right. And so my mediumship is my strongest of my abilities, and today, and I don't know if you were listening earlier when I was explaining to my last caller or not, but I get numbers a lot, and the number 33 has been coming up very strong. For me, the number 33 connects with uh, the number 6, the month of March, the age of 33. Occasionally, this will be March 3rd. Do you connect to any of your loved ones with those numbers or with that in mind?
With 33 or March 3rd?
Either 33
Not that I
have them. Okay, think about it. And it's okay if it doesn't. My last caller, it fit beautifully. I just like to throw it out there because loved ones will come through and I never know who they're connecting with, especially because I do my podcast, and then I also hop on my Facebook tonight and do free readings. And so, but keep in mind that either the number 3, which will be March, or the 3rd of a month. It can be the number 6, which that connected to the last caller, 3 and 3 being 6, or the age of 33, which would be the age that they passed, or they would have been 33. So just sometimes it takes a minute to connect with that. But if you do later, feel free to message, myself or A1R and let me know. But
I know there's several birthdays in March. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Okay. And it could very well be that. And of those ones, of all the birthdays in March, have they crossed over? Have they passed?
One has.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just kind of quiet my mind for a moment and see what I can pick up on. Okay, hon? So don't go anywhere. I'm here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. Now, I pick up on energy first, and then the soul starts to come in. So right now, I've got a younger male. I've got a younger male energy starting to come in. When the soul steps forward, that's where my gifts really start to kick in, where I hear them, feel them, see them. How do you connect to the younger male that had some kind of head issue? So there was either damage to the head, to the brain, or they really struggled with depression, anxiety, and that led to their passing. Do you connect with the younger male? Does that make sense?
No, I can't think of anyone that was past that I would describe.
No, this is connecting with you. I'm 100% sure because his energy just got very, very intense. So now I've only got about 2 minutes on my show. It's been crazy tonight with the things we've had. Let me ask you really quick. What time is it where you're located, Hen?
It's almost 8.
Almost 8.
Okay. Or 8 p.m. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you'll be up, but here in about an hour, 15 minutes, I have a on my Facebook page. It's called Mini Medium. I do free readings for a couple hours. Due to the time crunch that we're on, I would love to continue this. So if you're up in an hour and a half, hop on Mini Medium and let me know who you are. we need to get this message out, because I do feel like this is a younger generational male, but there's some reason why it's very urgent. So if you're up, hop on that and let me know. I know I have like 45 seconds, but if you're able to, let me know who you are, and we'll see if we can't continue this message, okay?
Okay, sure. And was it someone who was a younger male when they passed? They could have been a long time ago? Or?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So when we hop off the air here, think about it. Or if you want to email me, you can email me at readings@mini-medium.com. And that's readings@mini-medium.com. And then I can even just set up some time for free, and I'll continue reading, okay?
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV and Lightning TV. We are still the #1 psychic network on Earth, and I'm delighted to have you join me today on this Tuesday afternoon. It's amazing how quickly a week goes by. You know, it just seems like I was just here just a moment ago. But I'm delighted to be back, and I'm hoping that you had a good week as well. Lots of things have happened in the past week. I was going to tell you a little bit about it. here in just a minute. But I wanted to just mention to you that last week we talked about the Dominion Angels, and we wanted to talk to you a little bit about about the different angels in the hierarchy of angels, and it has a lot to do with the psychic ability because we see angels, And what I like to do with this show is try to dispel the skeptics. The skeptics always have something negative to say. I did a reading the other day for a lady who said, I just can't get people to believe in God, some of my family members. I said, well, it's up to them. A lot of people think that believing in God or higher power has some type of magical qualities to it, but it really doesn't. You just have to have that faith, and you have to persevere, and you just have to keep believing in that higher power, and it will give you comfort, and it will give you some help. But if you're expecting something magical to fall out of the sky, well, that's not what this is about. So the angels, though, are messengers from the Creator, and they are here to serve, or they were created to serve us. And the Dominion Angels were angels that they're the ones that kind of keep the world or the universe in place. They keep the stars in the same place, the planets, and they also have things to do with the elements. They make sure the wind is going in the right direction. At least that's what is said about them. The oceans and everything stay in place. They don't, so that the ocean doesn't fly off the earth. I know there's gravity, but the Dominion Angels may be there too. So it's quite amazing. So I hope that if you have a curiosity about the angels and the Dominion Angels, that you'll look them up and do some further study. But I wanted to tell you too that this weekend I'm going to be at the North Tarrant Psychic Fair in Southlake, Texas. It's the first time that I'm going to be there at that particular fair. I know it's the end of the year and things usually kind of slow down for the psychic business before it explodes, in January. But I'm going to be there, and if you're in the Southlake area, I hope that you'll come by and get an aura photo. And if you wanted to come by the Spirit Gallery that we're going to have between 2 and 3 p.m., I'd be delighted to try to give you a reading at that time. Then also, I wanted to let you know that the following week, I'm going to be at Miracles of Joy. And Miracles of Joy, I'm going to spend the entire weekend there. And they're our sponsors, of course. We're going to be doing a Spirit Gallery. And I'm going to be doing a preview class of my Psychic Journeys series, which will be coming up again in February. Now, it may sound like it's a long way away, but it's not. It's something that is going to be here before you know it. Excuse me. And so I'm delighted to present that to you. Now, I'm going to be doing this preview in not just Miracle of Joy, but I'm going to be doing it in Oklahoma at Nature's Treasures, and then again in Abilene, Texas. So I hope that if you're in the area, that if you want to just find out what the class is going to be about, then go ahead and do that. So I know we have a caller. I want to go ahead and take care of our caller here, and I want to see if we can help them out and see if Casey is ready in Lansing, Michigan. So Casey, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So Casey, it just feels like, have you had some grief around you recently? Is there something going on around you in a relationship or something about a man?
Yes.
Okay. What is the specific question? Because it seems like you're pretty sad. Has there been an argument, or is there some type of issue between the two of you?
Yes. It's just stability issue, really.
It's what issue? I'm sorry.
A stability issue.
Okay. Now, is this your husband, or because it feels like y'all haven't been living together? Okay. So, are you thinking of ending this relationship, or what?
That's a hard question, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it crossed my mind.
Yeah. Well, now is there anything that has to do with money, or is he just trying to dominate you?
Both.
Both. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you, it feels like you're going to be trying to persevere through this. I feel like you're the type of person that makes the best out of bad situations. I feel like you've been kind of through this before, okay? And you may be just getting tired of it, tired of always having to fight this same battle over and over again.
Right.
So it just feels like you're going to be setting some boundaries. I don't feel like you're going to get a divorce anytime soon, because this feels like it's been a long-term relationship. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, it's always hard to start over. So I feel like in some ways you're going to put yourself in a position to where or try to put yourself in a position to where he can't exhibit so much control. So if you're not working, you should try to start working. Are you working right now?
No, I'm not. I really do need to. I was just talking about that today, actually.
Okay. Well, working and having your own income gives you a lot of power. And if you're in an oppressive situation, it's always good to be able to have some options with your own income, because someone can't control you as much. So it seems to me that one of the best things you can do is make a plan for something, for a better life for yourself, and kind of detach a little bit and look at your life situation. I don't see you getting divorced right now. But I do feel like you're going to be kind of detaching and maybe putting yourself in a position where you're not so dependent upon this man, because I feel like he's been, I don't know, I feel a little bit of meanness from him. So
yeah,
that's never good. Of course, there's always two sides to the story, but I'm picking up your end, and your end is very compelling to me, that he is not being as considerate as he should be toward you. So, but I'm very, very much pro-marriage. I hate to see a marriage fail, but it just seems to me that you do have to take care of yourself and make sure that you're in a situation that you can have a quality of life. So I hope that's helpful to you. Do you have any other questions about this?
So should I try to make that work then, or?
Should you try to make it work? Is that what you said?
Right.
Well, I think you should try to make it work, but I also think that but making it work means doing things which are going to put yourself in a position to be successful while staying with him. Okay. So you may stay under the same roof, but if you don't have your own bank account, or you don't have, separate assets, you might be developing them, because I don't really see him changing, but I feel like he might be sick. I don't know. I'm picking up some energy that he doesn't feel well. He's frustrated. He likes to exert his authority, if you want to call it that, which is kind of perceived on his part. But I feel like staying with him at least a little while longer. I think you're going to try to work it out. I think that there may be a reality check coming to him next year, within maybe the next 6 months, which means he may wind up being a little more dependent upon you. And I think if he's more dependent upon you, that you would stay with him. I don't see you leaving him just because he's been a jerk. That's where I'm at. Okay. So. Okay. So just hang in there. I think it would be sad that all the time that you've invested in this relationship just suddenly went away. But then again, you have to make the best of things for yourself too. So thank you very much for your call, and happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you. Okay.
Thanks. Happy holidays to you too. You have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So before we get to our next caller, I do want to talk a little bit about, I wanted to tell you, we went to this Andrea Bocelli concert in the Dallas area last week, and it was delightful. We really enjoyed our time. But, everybody has their own reasons for going to a concert like that. For me, I wanted to enjoy the magic of being around a historical figure and enjoy the music and just try to savor the moment. But the people around us were very, very interesting because the man that sat next to my wife fell asleep and snored during the entire concert, and the lady next to me had such a pungent cologne or perfume, you would call it, that I was sneezing and coughing, and it really interrupted my enjoyment of the concert. And then the people behind us, they were pretty loud, and they kept saying, "Oh, we're so happy to be here. We're so happy to be here," and then left. They didn't even stay for the entire concert. So we all have our own agenda. Maybe they just wanted to say they went to see Andrea Bocelli. I don't know, but being enriched by things like that and savoring those moments and feeling the joy is all part of once again developing your psychic ability, because knowing how things affect you is something to be able to tune into when you are trying to tap into your abilities over a period of time. So we still enjoy the concert, although there were some distractions. But I just wanted to share that with you. And then finally, I want to tell you a little bit about the next level of angels, okay? And then we'll get to Erica here, Erica in New York City. So Erica, hang on there for just a moment. So the next area of angels that we're going to talk about is the beginning of the highest realm of the angel hierarchy. And the first angel group in that hierarchy is called throne angels. Okay. Now, the throne angels are angels that do what their name says. They hold the throne of God, and they can be really adorned in beautiful ways and beautiful colors and garb and everything. But there's other things that they do, and that I want to tell you about as soon as I finish with Erica here. So Erica, I'm going to do a cliffhanger for you. So we do these things on the psychic side too. So Erica, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Erica. Are you doing all right today?
Hi.
You listening to the program at all?
Can you hear me?
No. So, I can, yeah. Erica, do you have kids? You have children?
Hello?
Can you hear me okay,
Hello?
Erica? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I could hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Do you have children around you? Okay.
No, I don't.
You don't have any children around you?
I don't know what happened to the signal. No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just seeing several, must be several people around you. So do you have a question for me today?
Yes. Well, I started dating someone recently, and I'm just not sure if it's something that I should continue. He just seems to be wanting to move too fast, and I feel bad because he's a nice guy, but it just seems like he's codependent, so I'm just not sure how to go about it.
Well, I'm just going to tell you my initial reaction to this, and that is no, because I do agree with you that this is too fast, and I feel like this is a situation that would cause you some discomfort. It's almost like he wants to move in or have you move in with him. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
So I just don't feel like you're ready. I feel like he is, he might be even on a rebound situation. And I don't know. I don't know if these are dogs or what. You got several things, several live things around you. I don't know what this is, but you said it wasn't children. But I just feel like it's too fast, and I feel like he's the type of person that if you tell him it's too fast, he might get mad and cut things off altogether, and that would be your answer.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that about moving too fast, and I feel like you know you have a right to be in control of your environment and your life, of course. And I feel like he might even have money issues. Okay, and he might even want money from you. I'm not going to say he's a gigolo or anything like that. I don't think he is, but I do think that you could get in a situation where you may be lending him money and then be sorry for it later. So be careful about that.
Wow.
I'm not really.
That's
I just think
interesting. It's interesting you say that because he took me shopping for Black Friday, and I kept the receipt because I didn't totally feel comfortable. And and because now we've gotten in this argument, I'm like almost thinking, I'm like, should I just give him back the money? Because I feel bad because I did tell him, the way I felt, and he just seems to be all or nothing. So I feel bad about totally ending it. But it just seems like he might not be able to, take it slow.
Well, another thing, I'm not sure how it's like I say, there's something about a rebound here. I don't know if he's divorced or had a recent breakup, and I don't know. I think that this relationship he's trying to define himself through you, and when someone does that, they put more and more pressure on the person that they have on a pedestal, and it just seems that they're not going to be able to meet those expectations because sooner or later the new is going to wear off, and he's not going to be the person that you think he is, and you're not the person that he thinks you are. So relationships need to have some time. They need to mark time so that people can bond. I just don't think you've had a chance to truly bond, and and it's just too soon. So, did you meet online?
No, we met on the train actually.
On the train, okay. Well, that's a good place.
Yeah, he's in recovery, and I am too, and that's been like one of the things that connected us.
Okay.
But I worry because of that. I worry because I'm familiar with addictive behavior.
Well, that's sometimes addictive behavior relates to relationships as well because people can get addicted to it and they can have an unhealthy situation. So I would be careful of that. I don't think you're really ready. I think you're ready for a friend. I don't think you're ready for a major commitment, especially one that is moving so fast. So I think that the holidays, if whatever ones you celebrate, are here, and these are good opportunities to create some memories and to create some opportunities to bond. But they are not. They should not be the entire relationship. So just ponder this, make your decisions carefully, and I hope it works out. But at this standpoint, I'm not too keen on it. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate it, Erica, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas to you too. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So I want to just get back a little bit to the throne angels, because the throne angels are really cool in my view. And you may not have ever heard about them, but when I started my work a long, long time ago, there were a lot of people that would come to me because they had a relative, either a father or brother or spouse, who had been missing in Vietnam. And a lot of service people were missing in action because a lot of times, I don't know if you know this, they had what I believe they call them wildcatters. And these were pilots who would fly right on into a missile, okay? And just when the missile, excuse me, would be fired, they would veer off. And another helicopter or another plane would be able to knock out that missile site quickly. We just didn't have the technology we have now, but they didn't always make it, and so a lot of pilots were shot down because of that, and they would be left in the jungle, and it was just extremely heartbreaking for the families. And so there I am, a clairvoyant, a medium, and I'm seeing this scene where there's remains in a jungle. I don't know exactly where it is in the jungle, of course, but then I would see a gray figure that was near these remains. And I've never heard anyone talk about anything like this before. And so this was strange. And, you know, when it happens just once, you don't pay attention so much to it. But when it happens time and time again, and it's like I say, there was just a lot of that. I guess families all over the country dealt with this kind of issue, not just here in the Texas area, but I would see this. So finally, I just tried to meditate, and I said, I'm going to see if I can ask that figure what it is, and it certainly didn't look like an angel, but they said we're angels, and we're here to protect the remains until those remains are recovered and treated with respect and buried, or dealt with in a way which honors them. And it was astonishing to me. It was one of those aha moments for me. And so I said to myself, I've never seen a gray angel before. I never knew anything about a gray angel. So I kept looking and looking for gray angels, and lo and behold, I found out that one of the incarnations of a throne angel is a gray angel. And throne angels they work with the energy of God, the energy of God's will. Okay, and so naturally, God created all of us. He created the body and the soul. And even though we talk a lot about the soul in metaphysics, the body's important too. And when we pass away, there needs to be some type of honor of that, and maybe even memorial. And it was so comforting to the families of those servicemen who were finally returned to the United States and were dealt with in an honorable way, whether they were put in a military cemetery or a private cemetery. But at least they had some kind of closure that their relative was in a good place. And I was kind of honored to be able to meet those angels, and I still see them around me. And oftentimes we hear on the news about an abducted child or a person that's been killed and left out and abandoned. And I always remember now that there's a throne angel there with those remains until those remains are found. And to me, it's very moving because it's just a sign of the importance that God places on not just our souls, but on our bodies. And you can see them. you can see them clairvoyantly if you meditate and pay attention to these angels. And so I felt privileged that these angels spoke to me and said something to me, because I just feel like they are a major part of our lives that go overlooked, because not all angels can be glamorous. Not all angels can be those that are happy-go-lucky or powerful. These are powerful angels in their own right, and they make their presence known in their own way. And it's not. I'm not saying that anything just absolutely goes after those remains, but those remains are protected. So with that, we're going to be closing this program down. I do want to tell you that next year we've got some new things coming. This year is coming to a close awfully fast, and I'm just delighted to have my first year here on the Psychic Radio Network, and I'm glad that you've been able to join us. Now, you can binge watch our show on Moonstruck TV whenever you want. And also, I want to thank our sponsors, Miracles of Joy, for sticking with me all this time. Be sure to go to their website, miraclesofjoy.net, and go use their promo code during this holiday season, PS-0223, and get something for the holidays, either for yourself, a friend, or me. You could just kidding, but Miracles of Joy is a great place to shop if you're ever in the Louisville area. So we want to thank you all for being here today and for joining us. Just know that I do psychic readings, and right now we're having our enrollment in our Psychic VIP, and it's coming to a close at the end of this month. So sign up and get a discount for all of 2024. So with that, once again, thanks a lot for joining me. I'm John Capello, and this is The Psychic Side. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Isn't it getting exciting? Can't you feel that the magic in the air and Santa's coming and the children are sort of starting to become wide-eyed and trying to be on their best behaviour because after all, Santa is watching. Even us adults, Santa is watching. So we all need to be on our best behaviour. And I think the most important thing that we can do is be kind to each other. Give somebody a smile during this very busy festive season. It might be the only smile they get all day, and it might be just enough to lighten their heart. You know, there's a lot of sad people in the world at this time of the year too, so it's our responsibility to try and bring a little bit of joy to the world. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Two of Wands. Now, the Two of Wands represents the card of short journeys, movement to or near water. Now, at this time of the year, many of us are darting here, there, and everywhere and taking a lot of short journeys, even if it is only to the shops and stock up the refrigerator and the cupboards ready for the onslaught of guests that we're going to have over the coming weeks. And for many of us, it's a very busy time. The secondary meaning of this card is holding the world in the palm of your hand and being able to sort of look out at all your horizons or looking out at your kingdom, surveying what you might have ahead of you. And it's that time of the year where many people, during the busyness, for some reason or another, we start to reevaluate our lives. We start to look at what we've achieved this year, what we hope to achieve, what we can put off till next year. And is it time for a change? Is it time for a new beginning? And I know a lot of people get restless at this time of the year and start questioning about whether or not they're in the right job. You know, is it time for a change? Do I need to be looking at doing something new? Do I need to bring more work-life balance into my life? We all got into that catchphrase during COVID of work-life balance, and many of us made radical changes during that time that have become law in our lives now, where family and spending time with loved ones and not commuting so much and things like that are much, much more important than all chasing the almighty dollar and the bigger house and the bigger car and the trips overseas. You know, we've reevaluated our lives. And sometimes I look at this card and I think that's what it's about too, is sort of having a little quick glimpse around your own kingdom to see what it is that you need to sort of be achieving. You know, are you happy with where you are? Are you achieving what you hope to achieve? Or is it time to take stock and make some changes and some new directions in the coming new year? It's a very busy time for all of us, but it's a very positive time as well. So this week astrologically, yeah, it's always a big week astrologically here, I think I say every week, but this week sort of seems to be a little bit on the calmer side, which is nice. We have Mars, the planet of action, conjunct or holding hands the sun in Sagittarius. So this means it is a busy time, everybody running hither and thither, and particularly for fire signs. So that's Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo, and the opposite sign of Gemini. I have lots and lots of Sagittarian clients, and I'm a Saggy myself. And I know at this time of the year, besides it being our time of the year, it is always a busy time. But this year, I think it's even busier for the fire signs, where they really are focusing on what the next step is. Is there changes that need to be happening in their lives? Is it time to get up off the couch and make your dreams a reality? For many people, they already have these things in full swing. For others, they're just waiting for the opportunities to sort of, knock on the door. They've put the groundwork in, and now it's a time of just sit back, wait and see, and get on with other areas of your life. Whatever it might be, it is going to be a high energy period of time. It's going to be a time where you need to be careful that you don't burn yourself out, that you do need to pace yourself. It's good to be busy. It's good to have lots of things in the diary to do or in the planner, but you also need to take some time to stop and breathe and just sort of chill out. One of my favorite things I like to do at this time of the year when it is incredibly busy is I like to make time each and every day, if I can, to sit down and just watch a Christmas movie, because that puts me in the spirit of things as well. But it's also sort of like my way of sort of scheduling off some definite downtime that I'm going to sit down and enjoy something and just let myself be. And quite often I find during those times I get some of my greatest inspiration while I'm watching a gooey sort of Christmas movie, and everything always ends up beautiful and everybody falls in love and lives happily ever after. And that's wonderful. But some of my best inspiration comes in. So it might be something that you might want to try. We also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is in Capricorn at the moment. Now, it's really interesting that I beg your pardon, it's Mercury in Capricorn. With Mercury in Capricorn, we've got communication is really going to come to the forefront at the moment. We need to be very, very focused on how we're handling our communication. Everything needs to be very clear. Make sure you dot the I's, cross the T's, because when it's in Capricorn, it's an earth sign and it wants everything done the correct way, almost to the point of being like the school teacher with the red pen and saying, no, 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 you made a mistake there. Go back and correct it. Is making a lovely aspect, which is known as a trine, which is a flowing aspect to Jupiter in Taurus. Now, Taurus is also an earth sign. It's the area that governs our finances, the things that we believe in, the things that are important to us. So with Jupiter here, the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck, is paving the way here for maybe potentially some good luck coming our way. But when we look at it as being connected with or making a lovely flowing aspect from Mercury in Capricorn, it is the perfect time if you are looking to change your job or thinking about changing your job or thinking about changing your career. Now would be the perfect time to start that groundwork, to make sure that your CV, your resume is up to speed. Is there anything else that you need to learn or upgrade to sort of give you better chances in the new year? It might be the time to just look on those job boards too, because you never know. There may be some companies that are looking to sort of get interviews and things like that done and dusted before the holiday season and have their new staff recruited ready to go at the beginning of the new year. So, it's the time to sort of really look at those things now. Now, Venus is definitely in Scorpio. I know I said it was in Capricorn of Indigo, but it's definitely in Scorpio. So Venus in Scorpio is a nice placement for Venus, even though Venus likes to sort of be a little bit floaty and be in control of everything. Sitting in Scorpio being a fixed, rigid sort of energy and sometimes being known as being quite cold, Venus actually fits quite comfortably here because Venus is able to sort of come in and soften everything up. So it's a really nice placement for Venus. So anybody that's looking for love, no matter what star sign you are, maybe you've got to look in some unusual places. Maybe you've got to go to places that, even though it's the fun time of the year, there's a little bit of a serious note to it or a reason. You're going out, you're celebrating Christmas, maybe go out and celebrate Christmas in a way where you go to a fundraiser or do something that's great for the community or get involved in the community Christmas carols or the local school play. Whatever it might be, you'll find love in the most mysterious places, but it will somehow or another, I believe, be connected to something that's got a bit of depth to it, to something where it's a purpose. You're not just going out and having fun for the sake of having fun. There's a label attached to it. We still have Pluto sitting in Capricorn, only going to be there for another couple of months at the very most. So make the most of while Pluto's trying to completely finish off the transformations, the changes that he's been working on since 2008. So we may see a fair bit of stuff in the news and in the media about politics and who's doing what and who's saying this and who's saying that, and really very amplified or exaggerated. So be aware of that. A lot of the stuff that you're going to read and see in the media over the coming couple of months might be very exaggerated. It might be somebody sort of trying to convince you that this is the right way to vote, or this is the right way to look at something as important as climate change or the conflict that's going on in the Middle East. We might start to see a little bit more of both sides of the argument. I'm not saying anyone's right and anyone's wrong. I'm saying somewhere in all of that is the truth. And that's what we have to look at. We need to sort of find what is our truth out of what's being shoved down our throats in all forms of media. And today with social media, things tend to sort of get exaggerated a fair bit. Things get pushed out of control, and not every thing needs to be the way that we're being spoon-fed to believe that it is. It's time to sort of really put your own cap on and say, hang on a minute, logically speaking, that doesn't feel right to me, or that doesn't sound right. I'm going to take notice of what they said, but I'm going to cut it in half, or I'm going to delay it down a little bit so that we can sort of be accepting that that's our truth and not necessarily the truth of what somebody's trying to share with us as a so-called expert. We have Neptune in Pisces still, and in the last 6 degrees of Pisces there. So Neptune feels very comfortable there. So it's a particularly creative feel this week to Neptune. So all our darling little creatives out there, this is the time to sort of give yourself that little bit of luxury to lock yourself in the studio and paint or create, or put some lyrics down to a song. Don't forget to take a pad and pen with you. I'm a little bit old fashioned, but I'm sure it's probably hard to type it on your cell phone when you get that, that line that's going to be the start of a new hit song, and you're trying to type it with your thumbs, and you've got to auto correct it and spell check it and everything like that, where pen and paper, you can still read your own writing no matter how terrible it is. So maybe it's time we got back to a few old-fashioned virtues like that. I never leave home without a pen and paper, because I find that it's just more convenient that you can jot something down really quickly, and then you can lose a bit of paper and think what they do with that. But it's all part of the fun of it, isn't it? So whatever works for you, but it is a very creative time of the year. I hope everybody's got their Christmas carols going and singing loudly, because it puts a beautiful, positive, magical energy throughout the world. It's not just uplifting us, it's uplifting other people around us, and it's putting an energy out there that if we collectively all do our little bit, and even if it's only you pay half a dozen Christmas carols between now and Christmas, it still puts that nice positive vibe throughout the world that I think we could do a lot more with than, sort of focusing on the negatives all the time. There's enough negative news to go around, that let's turn it around this Christmas and make it a very positive time. We're going to talk with Onyx in Yorkton in Saskatchewan in Canada, and I know I've pronounced that wrong, and I do apologise. Are you there, Onyx? How can I help you, sweetie?
Hello. Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Just whatever spirits, whatever comes through.
Okay, sure.
Guidance
all right.
and guidance, get my gifts or new. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. If you don't have a particular question, I always ask, because we've got such limited time, and I like to make sure we get to the bottom of something that may be troubling you. The first thing that they were showing me is a time of endings, change, and transformations for you, Onyx. So are you preparing to wrap up a few major things in your life and get ready to bring in some new areas in the early part of the new year?
Yes.
But they're
My
showing
mother,
me that...
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, sweetie. Your mother?
My mother just passed, and
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. She's been ill for a while, and so I've been kind of work doing that, and I'm also looking at opening up some new healing modalities and avenues, business-like, going full time. So.
Okay. All right. Well, first things first. I mean, with your mother's passing, whether or not you were prepared for it or not, it's still a shock. It's still, there's still things we've got to process, work through, go through our belongings, all those sort of things. So that's probably why they were showing me the massive endings, changes, and transformations sitting around you. And the sort of like the new year was bringing in a new light, which is wonderful. And it's really interesting, because I feel your mother's already gone through to the other side. It was sort of like she was here 1 minute and gone through to the other side and ready to help within seconds. And that's really very, very fast. So I can only take from that, even though she may not have wanted to leave you, she, on a soul level, was ready to go, like she'd done everything she needed to complete here on earth, and it was just the right transitional time for her. So I hope that gives you some sort of comfort. It's really interesting, because I feel with you sort of wanting to go full time more with your healing modalities. I'm not saying that that's not the right thing. I'm just going to say to you, don't sort of try and force it too quickly. It's a good idea, but I don't know that we need to be sort of heading towards that in the first 2 weeks of January. Let's sort of glide into this gently and easily and let it build in its own way, that then when it starts to take off, you're ready to take off with it. You're not there and all of a sudden you're overwhelmed by it. I want to see you slide into it. I want to see you glide into it. Is there some other form of healing that you've been looking at learning as well? Because I'm seeing something new coming up in the first 6 months of next year that you will add to what you already do. Is there something you've been contemplating learning?
I am taking a plant medicine course.
Right.
So
good.
I've been working with psychedelic therapy. I'm a psilocybin practitioner. I've been doing it for about 15 years underground, and now just recently coming to the forefront and working through my community, and
So will you be able to combine those two together to sort of create a new therapy, do you think?
That's yes, yes.
Yeah, because that's what I
I'm
was
a
seeing, was sort of like
sound.
putting those two together.
Beautiful. I'm a sound therapist, alchemist as well. So yeah.
Yeah, but it was mainly those two, working with the color and working with the plants. It was sort of like a beautiful fusion together, that out of that is going to become sort of like a new healing modality that will eventually go around the world. So it's sort of like you're pioneering it. I mean, I don't want to show my ignorance here because I don't know a lot about the healing modalities, but I remember here in Australia when Reiki started to become popular, it was sort of like there were so many different strains or forms of it, and then all of a sudden it sort of settled into itself. But it's like it came from literally nowhere one minute, and then all of a sudden it exploded. That's what I'm seeing here with what you're going to do. Your role will be obviously perfecting this and making it work and getting it into a course form that people can learn. But I think your role then will be training up people to then take your work on to train up other practitioners around the world. So it's going to be very exciting. Look, I see books, I can see videos, I can see teaching, I can see, that's why I said you've got to glide into this. That's what they were saying to me at the beginning. We can't do it all in 1 week. We've got to glide into it so that we get the proper momentum out of it all. Like it's once it starts to get traction, it's going to become very busy. And I want to make sure that you're comfortable with how fast it's going, that that you've dotted all your I's, crossed all your T's, made sure you've copyright or done whatever needs to be to protect your intellectual property with this, because that's going to be very important. I'm not saying someone else around the world mightn't have had similar ideas or be on a similar vein to you, because nothing is ever just exclusive for us. But your style of it, your method of it, I want to make sure that we have that as an exclusive thing, that then it's like your franchise to sell on, to share on.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I have a 30-day shadow journal that I created, and it took me about 1.5 years to create it. That's very interesting that you said copyright. So yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
in
sort
the
of like I
process
want to
of doing that right now.
Yeah, I want to protect your work. It's not that I'm saying you've got to be greedy with it. I don't mean it in that way, but I want the world to know that the fusion of these two things, bringing these two things together and creating a third healing modality out of it is your baby, is your dream, was your creation. It's something that you've brought in from past life knowledge, and I want you to get the recognition for it. Like where all the amazing work that Louise Hay did with, understanding your aches and pains in your body and things like that. She branded that. She, that's the person people go to. Heal Thyself by Louise Hay. Like they don't think of Mary Smith. And that's what I want this to be for you, Onyx. Anyway, sweetie, that's where I've got to leave it. We've only got limited time on the show. We're going to talk with Christine now in Santa Clarita in California. Are you there, Christine?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, sweetie. What's your question I can answer for you today, Christine?
Well, basically, does anything come to you from spirit?
Yeah, it can do. It's just faster for me. If you have a question or something that's been troubling you and that's why you phoned into the show, if you share that with me, then I can get you a really quick answer, other than just sort of saying I'll generally take whatever spirit wants to offer me, because sometimes they have a little bit of a sense of humour and they'll go off on something that really has no great importance to you other than they thought it was amusing. So that's why I always check. The first thing that they are showing me is like 3 vertical lines to the left. So I'm taking from that, Christine, it's time now that you've got to start to bring in more of your own intuition. You've got to start listening to your own inner voice. Do you struggle with that? Do you?
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to struggle with it from here on in. I want you to sort of acknowledge it. Even if you don't agree with it, I want you to acknowledge it. The more you do that, the stronger it's going to get. And sometimes they like to give us sort of some things to keep us amused along the way that aren't necessarily are we meant to act on them, but it's just to make sure that we're paying attention. We're paying attention to the messages that are being shared. Did you just recently walk away from somebody that was very important to you?
I recently walked away from someone, but I don't think the person was important to me.
Okay, well, the reason I said important, because they showed me a heart that was sort of jagged, was like it was cut in two and it was jagged, and there was sort of the way they presented it to me was, well, maybe the other person thought it was important, you didn't so much, but they were sort of saying it was some sort of important thing. It was just sort of, they were pleased that you did it. I'm not saying they felt you made a mistake, but I think there's more to come out of that over time, that you'll realize the lessons that you learnt during the course of that relationship that you didn't think at the time was terribly important. There's lessons there to be taken from that. You know, not just the lesson of I won't fall into that.
Is this a man or a female?
I felt it was female, and I don't mean a love relationship. Okay. I'm talking about a friendship, a relationship. You know, somebody that you thought you could trust.
Oh, okay. So she's happy I walked away.
I don't know that she's happy that you walked away, but I think there's some major lessons to be learnt from this. It was sort of like, when it hit you, it really hit you at the whole picture. Up until then, it was sort of like you kept on, not so much ignoring it, but hoping, I think, for a different outcome might be the best way to put it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You gave her the benefit of the doubt too many times, and I'm not criticizing you for that. And Spirit's not criticizing you for that. They just want you to understand that what happened and the way that it played out exactly to the minute of how they wanted it to, because there's so many layers to this and so many lessons to this that you will take over time and help other people with, you know, and it's like you had to have the concentrated version of this that you couldn't miss anything, if that makes sense. Anyway, I want to leave that part there now. You know what all about that. 2024 is going to be a very eye-opening year in a very positive sort of way. There seems to be new opportunities. I'm potentially looking at either changing some things around where you're living or a move of residence around March. I'm also feeling that there's more work coming your way because there seems to be more money coming in where you're looking to change your job or sort of enhance what you're doing, because there's new opportunities coming up around that as well. And they're showing me the most ginormous big pink heart. So I'm assuming that if you're not in a relationship, there's one coming and it's going to be perfect, or as close as perfect as anything can be. But you've got certainly a very, very good year coming your way next year, Christine. And 2023 was a sort out year for you. It was where you had to sort of be decisive. It was like when something had to end or be completed, you had to get the knife and give it the chop. And you did that and you did it well. Have you been experiencing some very strong dreams recently, Christine?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did a race on Saturday, and 1/3 into the race, I was completely like emptied. And I felt like as though somebody took my energy.
Right. Okay. Well, they may have taken your energy. I can't really sort of say yes or no to that. But, you know, if that's what your instincts are telling you, then you've got to listen to that. If that's what your gut told you, then that's the right answer. But I'm getting some very strong dreams of a night. Now, it's sort of like one of those things that, you know, if it's really strong and it disturbs you, get up and write down the headlines of it and then go back to sleep, because I want you to sort of try and elaborate on that in the morning and write the rest of the details down, because some of these dreams are going to seem confusing, but they're very powerful. But what they're doing is starting to help you see some of the key steps for the future, but they might be disguised. It might be you've got a pink cat with a purple bow. Well, there's no such thing as a pink cat and a purple bow, but the pink will mean something, the bow will mean something, and so will with the purple. So it's like sort of breaking it down into manageable pieces and then seeing where other things will fit in around that over time. But I know you're on the right path. I know you're getting stronger psychically by the day, and next year's going to be an amazing year for you. So I hope that sort of helped you understand, you know, what's been going on and the reasons why that friendship had to come to an end, because it wasn't pleasant towards the end, was it? It was just, yeah, she certainly wasn't as she perceived to be, that's for sure. But anyway, Christine, you're on the right track now. So I hope that's helped you with where you need to be going for the future. It's really, really interesting. We've finished talking with Christine in California now, and I just want to sort of elaborate a little bit. A lot of people are going through loads and loads of changes around the world at the moment. People are sort of starting to find that they're dreaming and they don't normally dream. And why is this happening to me, Amanda? We all dream every night. It's a matter of being able to consciously remember them, and most of us don't. So we need to be aware of that. We need to sort of take a pen and pad to bed and sort of a flashlight of some kind and sort of just jot things down so that we can remember them. So it's, you know, it's as we head into the holiday season, it's always a very, very busy time of the year. And this week, I want to pay respects to one of the world's greatest singer-songwriters who left us at a very tender age of 28. And I know a lot of people will know who I'm talking about. And it was a very sad time for the world. And he has the most popular grave on the planet, I think, that people go and visit in Paris. And I'm talking about Jim Morrison. His birthday is on the 8th this week. Lots of amazing people were born on the 8th, including my son. And I just think it's important that we pay homage to him. He did have a Christmas song out that I was going to leave you with, but when I went to YouTube, it was only promoting the song, which was called Light Up My Christmas. So, you know, if you can find a version of that, you're better than I am. So this week I'm going to leave you with one of my ultimate favourite Christmas carols from somebody that I feature quite often on the show, and he's no longer with us either. I'm sure the two of them have crossed paths in heaven, making some rock and roll magic together, along with a few other people I can think of up there, John Lennon and a few others, and George Harrison, to just name a few, is David Cassidy's beautiful Christmas song called My Christmas Card to You. It's probably one of my favourite carols. It's not a well-known carol. It's back from the days of the Partridge Family, but it's got the most beautiful words. And I think it sort of epitomises what Christmas is really about, that, you know, should be about the joy, about sharing time with loved ones, not necessarily about the presents, but about getting together and being kind and peace on earth and really looking out for our fellow man. I mean, look, there's just so many beautiful Christmas carols that have been written over the years, and you know, there's so many to play, and so many, everybody's done a version of something or other, from Mariah Carey through to John Lennon, Don't They Know It's Christmas. I mean, you know, the list just goes on and on and on. And no matter who you like or what sort of Christmas carol you like, I mean, I think it's the time to get them out, put them on your device, sing loudly. None of us have got beautiful voices, but it doesn't matter at Christmas, you know, as long as we get the magic out there and we share the magic and uplift the energy around the world. Just maybe we can stop this conflict over in the Middle East there, that, you know, that they could have something to look forward to at this very holy and very special time of the year. So until next week, enjoy David Cassidy with My Christmas Card to You. And if you can find Light Up My Christmas by Jim Morrison, you're a better person than I am, and I know he would have done a beautiful version of that. It's actually to Riders on the Storm, but he just changed some of the words, but it's a beautiful rendition. But I only got to see the first couple of sentences of that song. So until next week, bye for now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, and welcome to our show tonight. I hope you are all doing well and that this evening finds you well. I just kind of want to check in, see how you are all doing out there. There's been a lot of energy with the eclipse